The following program is for adult audiences only.
it go, there's something you should know. Before you let it go, there's something you should know. Let it go, stop letting it take control. Before you let it go, you should really know that I'm all about you, all about you, all about you. That I'm all about you, all about you.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff.
I wouldn't change anything.
I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundary.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSC and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape, it's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin blog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixing and Chilling with Hunky Vape. And Kenny, the Vaping Heed.
Oh, hi everyone. Hope you're all well.
Hope you guys are all doing well this week. It's going to be another fun-filled episode for you guys. We've got so much to talk about. We have the Real Cost campaign, the FDA sitting there celebrating, beating his chest, going, look how successful we are at telling kids not to vape, not to smoke. We're so wonderful at this. This is such a great thing that it really hasn't changed the number of adults that are smoking. Matter of fact, if you look at other countries like New Zealand, you'll come to find out they're actually killing more adults than if they just didn't exist. If they simply dropped off the face of the earth and the Real Cost campaign disappeared, kids wouldn't become acclimated to vaping products and tobacco products because they wouldn't have these formal education classes like we had about the DARE program. And look at all the scientific studies evaluating DARE program and how unsuccessful it was. How it was a total waste of money, and all it did is indoctrinate a whole generation of kids into, look at all the drugs that all the popular people are doing. And boy, is that messaging identical to what public health has been pushing, including the FDA. So much so that the product that you see below you, JUUL, the FDA had to go, well, we're going to be going to the Supreme Court more than likely to justify our ban, our flavor ban. That's not a flavor ban, according to Brian King. And look at this guy. He's all fancy schmancy now.
That is the quality of the Twitch stream, mate. That's your Twitch stream now. That's the
nice.
It's better than
We have come
YouTube.
such a long way on this channel and such a long way on this show. We are now simulcasting not only on YouTube and Twitch, but also on X. We are now live streaming on X. So for those of you that can't stand YouTube, or if YouTube, knock on wood, decides that, this channel needs to go away because we keep telling people too much truthful information and it's counter to the narrative that they want you to know, well, we have an alternate platform that we can always stream on. And next week, we'll probably be adding Rumble into the mix because this information needs to get out there. People need to find out the truth to get past all this misinformation and propaganda that the government is shoving down people's throats. Not thinking about what are the unintended consequences of our messaging. Take our blinders off for just 1 minute and stop focusing on kids like pedophiles do. Take the blinders off and go, what are the ramifications when these kids turn into adults? What are the ramifications for these kids' parents when they see the same scary messaging? Well, what is the unintended consequences of that? Are we shooting ourselves in the foot, only focusing on the children? Especially when it comes to vaping? Wouldn't we be better off keeping our focus on what actually kills people? Combustible tobacco? Cigarettes? I'll save the news for when we get to the news. Kenny, you got some news for us? What have you been up to?
Oh, me. I've been driving buses this week.
Yeah, mate's got a new job. He's driving a bus. Public transportation.
I'm out doing my training. It's the first time I've actually been in the bus there yesterday today. So we're now into the nitty gritty. Throwing a big bus round all the well. I say throwing. I can't say throwing in case there's anybody watching, but driving very carefully around the corners.
Very nice. I was telling him before the show, I'm like, I remember the first time I had to drive a fire truck. I joined the volunteer fire company back in 1990 and learning how to drive the snorkel through town. And then once you got good at driving in town, they were confident in your abilities. And they're like, okay, time for reality to sink in. Now we need you to turn into the alleys. I'm like, what, the alleys that are only one car wide and there's usually trash cans and all kinds of other garbage lining both sides of it? He's like, yep, now you got to drive down there because guess what? If there's a house fire and the house is in the back half of the lot, the only place that aerial can actually do anything functional is in the alley. So that's the second half of your training. Have a nice day.
I bet that was fun in games, eh?
Yeah.
What's up, Scott?
And then we had to relearn it when they got rid of the snorkel. And, I took a hiatus because I had kids. So, kids have always been the forefront priority for me, being a father figure for them and, trying to lead by example. So when I rejoined the fire company because the kids were of age that they wanted to become junior firemen, well, then that snorkel was gone and we had a brand new 100-foot aerial that I had to learn how to drive. Same size, just a little more boxy and new. $1 million piece of apparatus driving down the road.
That's still huge.
That was a whole fiasco. Anyway, we got a wonderful show scheduled for you guys today. So today's agenda is what is the true cost of the false true cost campaign? They're out there celebrating, beating their chest, going how wonderful it is and how many kids we stopped from picking up, a tobacco habit and a nicotine addiction, right? So what's the true cost? Could they possibly be wrong? Have they ever got anything wrong before that, I don't know, killed thousands upon thousands of people? What is that? We're going to talk about that today. And is it comparable to what they're doing now? And have you heard about Dr. Michael Mosley from the BBC? Rest in peace. Mate passed away. And I don't know if you guys have noticed or have heard recently, but we've got, several of our advocates out there that have had medical procedures done recently. We got a guy that had a knee replacement. Apathy Miller, had a double bypass done. And that was a whole fiasco for him. And now he got to experience firsthand the American healthcare system. 3 days stay in the hospital, and he's now got $200,000 in debt.
Wow.
Meanwhile, if you would have been in any other country, like in UK, that would be zero. And he would have had a bypass done, and there would be no healthcare expenses, and he could focus on recovery. Not trying to figure out how in middle age you're going to pay off $200,000 of medical debt.
In the UK, would have probably had to wait for 4 years to get but he'll get it eventually.
Hey man, if he would have moved, if he would have just, had somebody drive him across the border into Mexico, he probably could have had the whole thing done for $16,000.
Yeah.
Nobody can pay off $200,000 of medical debt. The whole system's rigged. It's ridiculous. Anyway, Dr. Michael Mosley passed away, rest in peace. But I don't know if you guys know him. He did a wonderful series on BBC about vaping. This guy didn't smoke or vape or anything. He's a doctor, right? He's like, I want to see what it's like. What was all the fuss and fuss about, That was 8 years ago. Feels like it was yesterday. I just watched that last week or something, So we're going to, talk about that today. We're also going to talk about death of local vape shops. It's becoming more and more of a thing. We talked about at the e-cigarette summit about how disposable taking over the whole scene, right? You're a vape shop, man. You rely on mods and tanks to get customers on a regular basis to come buy e-liquids off of you. Now you got these disposable that last a month. You can't keep your business open. And then it gets worse. Let's say that, heaven forbid, that the FDA decided, oh my God, we're doing an inspection on you, and if you have an elf bar, you're getting a fine. Marco's Vapor. I wanted to go visit them, right? I've covered them in the news 2-3 years ago. I'm like, man, that'd be a cool place to go visit. Closing up shop. They're done.
Hello, welcome, Jason. This is Jason Vapes, our first Twitch viewer. Hey.
Jason Vapes, hello and welcome. Wonderful to have you there sitting and watching us on Twitch instead of YouTube or these other ones.
Sorry.
Listen, we need to get the message out there.
Tell a lie, not Twitch, it's X. I keep getting the mixed up. X. It's X. X viewer. My apologies.
Love it. Love it. So we've got that going on, and this isn't just impacting vape shops. I mean, look at our Australian buddies down there. With all the stuff going on in Australia. About the fire bombings. Once again, we can mark today on the record books as another 0 days since our last Australian tobacco shop firebombing. It's just like Prohibition days, man. When they instituted Prohibition here in the States, and the gangs all got involved, and the mafia got involved, and all the speakeasies opened up. That's what's going on in Australia, man. All the vape shops are closing down. Everything's going black market. And the gangs have control over the black market supply because they already have existing ways of getting around customs, right? Getting stuff into the country, making a fortune. So you're now your $5 pod mod is now selling for $65. But it's still cheaper than the $100 prescription vape you can get from a pharmacy. And it lets you not use 60 milligrams of nicotine like a JUUL. But we'll talk about that later. Anyway, the point I'm bringing up here is Flavors. Flavors is no longer accepting new customers for retail.
Oh.
Because effective July 1st, man, he doesn't want to take the chance. He doesn't want to be like Marco's Vapor and have to owe the government $22,000 just for possession of a product that isn't going to hurt anybody. But because you're labeled a vaping supplier, well, we're coming after you.
That's horrible. That's shite.
And they're all doing this because nicotine is a neurotropic. People use nicotine for the health benefits they get from it. As a cognitive enhancer, for one. Not for brain worms, like the FDA True Cost campaign would like you to believe. Anyway, that's all we're talking about the news. And how about our retro vape? We got a retro vape this week. There you go, man. Here's a retro vape.
I bought a new
The Fat Rabbit Solo. Listen, I was going to publish a review on this thing before I go and do the review for the Fat Rabbit 2, but I realized it was 2019. The Fat Rabbit Solo came out in 2019, and I'm just not getting around to it, so it's a retro vape. It's not worthy of putting out a review on. So we're going to do the Fat Rabbit Solo today, and then this week I'm going to do the recording for the Fat Rabbit 2, and we're obviously going to compare that to the Fat Rabbit 1. You can go back and watch my, I think, 250 sub thank you vlog if you want to find out about that one.
I think you weren't very impressed with that, if I remember correctly.
I was impressed with it. I loved it until it puked its guts out in my camera bag when we were down in Gatlinburg, Tennessee.
Yeah,
that was my fault, not the tank's fault. But in comparison with the Arbiter that has never leaked, despite my wife leaving it horizontal on the bed every morning when she gets dressed, she takes the last toot on it, throws it on the bed, it lays there all day until it's time to go to bed again. Compared to that, sorry, it's one of the ones that sits behind me. Like, I love the Blaze and the Blaze Solo, but they sit behind me too. Because they have just a little intricacy that I'd rather not deal with if I don't have to. I'm spoiled for choice.
Easy
spoiled for choice. Neil Pitts, hello and welcome. Well, is it time to get into it?
I'm smogging this room. Oh, Jesus. Woo-hoo.
Dijou Danny, hello and welcome. Sorry for butchering your name.
Apologies.
So, should we get into the news and ripping the FDA apart?
Well, as your saying goes, there's nothing to it but to get into it.
Yuck. That's what I have here.
What on earth is that?
That's a JUUL. They've been in all over the news lately because the FDA decided, well, since we have to go to court and justify our actions, well, we can't really justify what we did to JUUL. That's what I have here.
What on earth is that?
That's a JUUL. They've been in all over the news lately because the Thank you. It's coming back to me again from your end. All right. So anyway, during the bumper, I was like, okay, let me pull it out since that's what we're talking about today is the rise, the fall, and the rise again of JUUL Vape and vaping. JUULing actually developed its own nomenclature and verb, and it hasn't progressed. It's like 2015 technology. This thing has been sitting there on my desk charging, right? Just sitting in the charger because I don't like it. I don't want to use it. And that's exactly what I got. Michael Redfern. Spitback. I picked the thing up and that's what I got, a 60 milligram spitback.
Oh.
Because of the archaic PMTA pathway to authorized products. Nothing like any of the disposables that we have on the market now. It's garbage. And they're coming out with a JUUL 2 that's in the pipeline. Once they get this one authorized, and guess what they're going to do on the JUUL 2? Same thing OBS did with their Cube. It's going to have a fingerprint sensor. It's only going to work for the registered user. So they can ID and age verify everyone that purchases that. That's how they're getting past this whole FDA block. We got to protect kids. Well, when you put the technology solution in the device with a fingerprint reader that has to be registered in the database for it to be activated and functional and gets written to the device, so only your fingerprint can activate it. I'm not even going to toot on it because it's horrible.
Disgusting.
Meanwhile, here we have the FDA celebrating the 10th anniversary of the award-winning real cost youth tobacco prevention campaign that continues to kill 1,500 adult people who smoke every single day. Because all they're focusing on is the kids. They got to protect the next generation. Keep letting big tobacco and big pharma make money on the current generation of smokers out there. We're not going to pay attention to them. We're only going to celebrate kids, not using these products. Except here we have Michael Redfern pointing out that, excuse me, can you please stop playing your commercials to my 7-year-old? No one that age needs to know anything about vaping or drugs. You are creating interest where there was none before. She likes creepy things and really loves your dead animal commercial. Can you please just stop? Just like the DARE program. And what's going on with this? Well, that's what he's talking about. The real cost campaign. Here's the lovely dragon
if you
commercial.
Vape, you could be inhaling toxic metals into your lungs.
Big dragon.
To show how scary that is, we made metal monsters. With special effects that show metal particles being inhaled. And music that would have made your heart race.
Music that makes your heart race. Why are you showing this to kids? This is like, an adventure movie for them. And you keep throwing it on TV and spending taxpayer monies to misinform the public. There's no safe tobacco product. But what counts as tobacco? Oh, harm reduction products all count as tobacco, so it's all lumped together. So let's confuse the adults that need to quit smoking and let them think that, if they pick up a vape, well, it's just as bad as smoking, so don't even bother quitting. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. Seriously? What is the consequences? What is the unintended consequences of their actions? Well, every time I forget, what the links are to this, I just type in 80% of physicians don't know nicotine. And it brings me back to the Rutgers-led national survey uncovers The doctors believe that nicotine leads to cancer and heart and respiratory disease. But it's not true. 80% of doctors mistakenly blame nicotine for smoking. It's the only reason people smoke. Because of the nicotine. That's why we need to ban nicotine. It has nothing to do with people treating their ADHD or their Alzheimer's or their Parkinson's or their ulcerative colitis or any of a handful of other issues. It has nothing to do with nicotine's neurotropic benefits and how it's a cognitive enhancer and lets you focus on things. And we actually have an article that says, can nicotine make you smarter? We're going to talk about later. But the True Cost campaign, here, this is right here. This is the reason they don't want to admit the truth. Because then these people would know the truth. Everybody would know the truth and could make an informed consent or choice to not use the product. Dr. Holman, who used to work at the FDA as a chief scientist, legit had to put out a paper explaining that more than 80% of U.S. physicians in the country believe nicotine causes chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Meanwhile, we have a scientific study that says if you switch 100% from smoking cigarettes to vaping, you can ameliorate or make better or get rid of your COPD. We have people that are in the chat that have experienced this firsthand. Because, the True Cost campaign, well, if it went away, well, then FDA would have nothing to do. Because according to Dr. Brian King, when we were watching the e-cigarette summit, let's see if this plays, or do I have to play it locally off of the computer? That's going to be interesting.
Nicotine's role in priming the brain for addiction to other drugs.
Who is this one? Were you actually sitting in front of him?
Nicotine is priming the brain for other drugs. That's the whole reason for him to never tell the people the truth. Because he was questioned and asked, how do you reconcile that you're constantly lying to the youth to scare them away from tobacco? And well, when you do that, the unintended consequence is that you're scaring adults from trying the less harmful products. I'm sticking to my message, and as long as I'm here, it is not changing. So that's what needs to happen. He needs to go. Him and Dr. Robert Califf, Big Pharma's, bed buddy, they both need to go. But I can't just blame him for it, because this whole Real Cost campaign got started with Scott Gottlieb. And this was probably one of the best articles Jim McDonald ever wrote. The Real Cost. $60 million and more dead smokers.
Holy moly.
And he wrote this because Scott Gottlieb was the one that was in charge of everything. And then they decided, well, we need to add vaping into it because JUUL came on the scene and everybody was JUULing. And there's an epidemic. At the peak of the epidemic, it was like 2% of kids that did it all the time. 4%, something like that. A minuscule bump when you're looking at data. But no. We have to modify the True Cost campaign to incorporate vaping. The FDA will be putting ads for the Real Cost campaign called, of course, Epidemic. Shows unsuspecting teenage vapors infected with the matrix-like bug under the skin. Look like a tapeworm crawling underneath their skin. Through the helpless faces, it infects their organs. It's a striking image that's meant to be terrifying. We can't tell the truth because then it's not terrifying.
You've seen that paragraph that's there. There's the one under Commissioner Gottlieb notes. The FDA will be putting ads in school bathrooms. Seriously? Because that's a place we know many teens are using e-cigarettes or faced with peer pressure to do so. According to Gottlieb, can FDA-funded studies of high school bathrooms be far behind, with dedicated researchers hiding in broom closets and taking notes on it?
On which fruity flavors they smell.
What? Miss, what? There's a man hiding in the cupboard. What are we going to do?
And you thought I was a crazy person for calling them a bunch of pedos. I'm sorry, folks. Teenagers are not idiots. They are more likely than adults to reject these fear-mongering stories of the drug war style anti-vaping minions of public health. That's because every teenager who knows a vapor can see with their own eyes that vaping doesn't have any obvious short-term consequences. Why do adults often believe they can frighten kids into avoiding risk when it has never worked before?
That's great, that. Fucking there's a man hiding in the cupboard. Oh, dirty pedo.
Even if the FDA's silly campaign works to scare some teenagers away from juuling, it will inevitably also convince a lot of adult smokers that they don't want to be any part of this dangerous new thing that just came out. Because just as the vaping manufacturers won't be able to come up with a plan that prevents sneaky teenagers from getting their hands on adult products, there's no way that the FDA can manufacture fear-based educational ads that only scare teens but leave adult smokers untouched.
I love it. Absolutely love it.
There's a person in the air vent with a microphone and camera seeing if we vape in the bathroom, Mom. Should I be concerned? No, honey, that's the new normal.
Can't take a dump without somebody watching you. Jesus Christ.
Our glorious FDA is nothing but a bunch of pedophiles. They don't care about anybody but the kids. They don't care about unintended consequences. Sorry. Adults keep dying. We put our blinders on to that. 8 million people who smoke a year die from their cigarette habit. And they love every minute that they light a cigarette on fire. How do I know? Because I used to do the same thing. The only way to convince these adults is to tell them the truth about vaping. And what happens when you do that? Well, like New Zealand, you find the truth. And it's quite refreshing. Vapingfacts.health.nz. Vaping is less harmful than smoking. Nobody ever said it's totally harmless. But neither is a bunny rabbit. We talked about that last episode. Vaping can help you quit smoking. Matter of fact, the scientific studies out there that tell you, listen, we had a bunch of people that we were just interested to see if it would cut back on smoking if they started vaping. Half of them quit. And we didn't tell them to quit. They just liked it better than smoking and then decided to quit on their own. That's what happens when you tell them the truth. You don't lie about it because they see through your lies and bullshit. And you put a factual website up that anybody can go and look at. And I used to love the previous website because it had links to all the scientific studies backing up everything that they said on their website. They got rid of that because we need to keep things simple for everybody nowadays. Don't want to confuse them with actual, scientific journals. Then you have people like me that download 70-page journals and sit there for hours reading, learning every little intricacy and nuance about stuff. And I don't know if you guys remember this, but CASAA did a wonderful thing. Big Vape. What they didn't show you, because Greg Conley was in Big Vape, right? And his interview was obviously cut way down. He only had a couple snippets in the actual Netflix series. So they covered some of the stuff here
that were plugging JUUL, and I thought it was interesting. But I don't think I actually tried one until the panic had begun.
And Helen, did you have any experience with JUUL, and what were your thoughts, if any?
I don't vape, so I can't talk about it on that level, but I have a number of friends who did buy JUUL and they stopped smoking. So I thought, this is so dope, and I want more people to get it. It is just a marvel of design and creativity. It's revolutionary. We realized that from the beginning, that this is a game changer. And it made me so happy because at the time I was doing tobacco harm reduction groups with people who use drugs and people with mental health issues. And because it was so easy to use, we were just ecstatic. Like, we can really help people make the switch with this product. But it was too expensive. So right away, we kind of realized that it's so amazing, yet there's some pros and cons here. And then I really got to know and understand JUUL when Greg said the panic, when the hysteria hit. And I wrote a lot of articles in defense of JUUL.
Yeah, I similarly with the cost thing. My first experience with JUUL was, I think, in 2015. I had ordered it online, and that was sort of that first generation of JUULs where it was leaking the e-liquid, but it was immediate.
First generation? I got the latest generation right here, and it's nothing but spitback. They haven't improved it because it's 2015 technology and it's hard.
Immediately, again, like you said, it registered as a game changer because it did deliver nicotine in a way I was familiar with from smoking. But I had been vaping open system products for 2 years prior to that. And one of the things that stuck out to me was trying an open system nicotine and different devices and coils. I experienced for the first time in 2 years that sensation of craving after using JUUL. And I didn't, that's something I didn't want to return to. And so that's where the cost factor came in, was, okay, if I'm going to keep doing this, I'm going to be shelling out $15-20 for this 4-pack of pods, once or twice a week. I'm not saving the money that I am with the open system. So
it's got its downfalls, because it keeps you spending the exact same money. And if you're a smoker, unless you're like dealing with some health consequences and actually took a serious look into vaping and go, well, maybe I can get rid of some of these health consequences if I actually pick this up, you're not going to justify spending the money on it. You need to have these type of products that are cheaper. But, well, the epidemic is over. They can't justify it anymore now that it's like 1.9% of teens that are actually vaping. And they're not vaping JUUL anymore because it's gone. And now they have to go to the Supreme Court and justify why they banned all this. So what's the FDA doing? FDA lifts JUUL ban amid vaping industry legal battles.
Wow.
The FDA has rescinded its June 22 ban on JUUL products due to ongoing court cases and more experience in the e-cigarette issues. What? More experience with e-cigarette issues? You mean your failure to be able to stop these products? The fact that it continues to grow and we're at now like $6 billion a year in the United States? Or is it maybe the fact that you're going before the Supreme Court and know that you don't have a scientific leg to stand on why you ban these products? Because when you compare people who smoke dying from them continuing to smoke versus something that will never kill them, kind of hard to justify your actions. No matter how many kids you stop from smoking, That's exactly what it says. The FDA has been having a hard time defending its approach to vaping products. The agency has been overwhelmed and sloppy on a system they created. They created this mess. They could have very simply put up a set of regulations and go, listen, these are the things you're not allowed to put in these products. And the list is going to change on a regular basis. So if we find out something you're putting in your e-liquids is causing people to get sick, it's going to be added to the list. And you won't be able to put it in there anymore. Because the products that you're selling, well, they're not going to kill people versus if they continue smoking, they're going to keep dying. And like William Dobson points out, the FDA's failure to understand vaping, not just throwing PMTA applications in the bin. It's a complete lack of understanding.
To me, it sounds like they're a bit like piggy in the middle. Because they've got the vape community and vape manufacturers call them all the shit in the sun because they're not, there's PMTA crap and all the other shit. But I think on the other side of the coin, they are still getting pressured by higher powers to ban vaping products. All your senators and governors and all that bullshit. So I think they're kind of, in a sense, I do feel sorry for them in a sense because I think they're piggy in the middle because they're getting pushed and pulled from two directions. And
Right,
the
but they need to have the balls to say, here's what the science shows, and what you're saying isn't true. But they can't say that without completely obliterating their True Cost campaign. Because the True Cost campaign has done nothing but lie to the kids and has completely eroded any sense of trust that this generation of kids are going to have about the government and government protection and any agency of the government. They will have zero faith in what their true purpose is.
Oh, without a doubt.
It's no different than what we, it
Okay,
is
balls.
absolutely no different than what we found out when we did the whole DARE program growing up. How about this? Do you guys remember the frying pan commercial that you saw? Where it was a hot frying pan and it said, this is your brain. It was an egg. This is your brain. And the hot frying pan was drugs. And they cracked the egg open and they let it cook on the frying pan and said, this is your brain on drugs. That whole fiasco. Did you happen to catch the fact that the person that was actually in that ad, well, let me find the Internet Archive post on this because it's no longer there. Remade the whole ad to talk about the fact that this war on drugs mentality has been an utter failure our entire lives. And it's done nothing but cause more problems than ever existed from the drug problems.
This is one of the millions of Americans who uses drugs and won't get arrested. However, this American is several times more likely to be charged with a drug crime. Imagine it's you. This is the day you get caught. This is your day in court. This is your sentencing. This is your cell. This is your first day on the outside. This is your fresh start. Was your fresh start. Here are your job prospects. This is your shot at a college degree. Or not. This is your family. This is your debt collector. These are the dreams you have for your children. This is someone else's family. Someone else's life. Someone who used drugs but was never caught. This is how you feel. The war on drugs is ruining people's lives. It fuels mass incarceration. It targets people of color in greater numbers than their white counterparts. It cripples communities. It costs billions. And it doesn't work. Any questions?
I got chills. Somebody's speaking the truth. And now they're adopting the same war on drugs mentality with vaping, which is a harm reduction product that has the potential to save millions upon millions of people who smoke. Hard facts is definitely the truth. when it comes to this. But they don't want to talk about it. They want to pat themselves on the back about how good the True Cost campaign is and how Michael Redfern's 7-year-old daughter, who loves monsters, thinks that that's cool. What a great way to get attention. And forget about the fact that not all tobacco products cause harm. Certainly not to the same degree. But we can't just click it and make it go away. Because now 80% of the public wrongly knows the truth. And I think it was not Albert Einstein, as an author, basically said that it's so much easier to convince people of a lie than it is to convince them that their belief is a lie. How many generations is it going to take if the United States reverses course before the general public truly understands the potential risk involved with vaping compared to lighting tobacco on fire and breathing that in? And now you compound that with the fact that cannabis legalization is ubiquitous across the United States. It's just a matter of time before the whole country flips on that. Where do we stand on this? And when you do a search for, the real cost, it says the real cost, this is AI. This is AI's answer. The real cost is a tobacco prevention campaign by the Food and Drug Administration that primarily targets adults 18 to 54 who smoke and have low socioeconomic status. The campaign's goals include preventing future generations of children from becoming addicted to nicotine, reducing tobacco-related disease and death, which they are not doing by lying to kids, and addressing the appeal of e-cigarettes to young people. So you half-assed check off the last thing on the list, and damn be the consequences for the adults. You now have everybody going out there and banning the safer products. The latest one to fall is the country of Kyrgyzstan. The Parliament Committee on Law and Order, Combating Crime and Anti-Corruption on June 11th approved amendments to the law on exposure to smoking in the first reading. School students often use electronic cigarettes. Parents cannot detect because it has no smell. According to him, the study revealed the content of nickel and chromium and other substances from electronic cigarettes exceeds the permissible level, which leads to respiratory disease and cancer. That might have been true back in 2015 or in 2010, 2 years after vaping got started. But it certainly isn't true with the products nowadays that have stainless steel coils. It's not possible for those things to be in it.
Nope.
So the bill proposes to ban the import of electronic cigarettes that have a tank with a special filler liquid. Violations will be punished with a fine of 150 to 200,000 soms or imprisonment for 1 to 2 years.
Wow.
For not wanting to smoke a cigarette. How is this right? Meanwhile, in Australia, where that's exactly what they do, Coburg and Footscray stores targeted by arsonists as Victoria's tobacco war continues. Another firebombing.
This is the latest arson attack in Melbourne's ongoing tobacco wars, and you can see just how ferocious this blaze it would have been because of the absolutely gutted wreckage that is just behind me here. This was a vape and shisha store, and firefighters say that they were called here just before 4:30 this morning. By the time they arrived, which was within 5 minutes of the call, this place was already well engulfed in flames, and so 28 firefighters had to use breathing apparatus to try to fight back these flames and also to stop it from spreading to adjoining businesses. But one of the witnesses who was here, Liam, who just lives across the road from this vape store, says that it was really startling to him
first I sort of stayed in my room doing whatever I was doing, but yeah, like a lot of police cars and sirens came and fire trucks, so I came out to have a look, and yeah, there was billowing flames. It was kind of confronting, like I didn't know, I couldn't remember what kind of, because the flames were so intense that I couldn't see the shop properly, so I only just realised then that it was the smoke shop.
And this is all because of their prohibitionist mentality.
Look at myself doing whatever I do in my room. Yeah, smoking
Every day is another tobacconist shop taken out. That's because the criminal gangs have taken over. Just like during Prohibition. People refuse to learn from history. During Prohibition, when the government banned all alcohol, except if you had a prescription for alcohol consumption, the government went so far as to taint the alcohol that was out there so that you could use, like, denatured alcohol for other purposes besides human consumption. Except people didn't know the difference and died because of it.
Fucking mind-boggling, man. Mind-boggling.
Oklahoma, among states targeted in FDA smokeless tobacco prevention campaign. Look at the real cost campaign. Smokeless doesn't mean harmless.
Really?
Really? So you'd rather them light a cigarette on fire and get lung cancer or peripheral vascular disease or increase your risk of stroke or heart attacks? And it's not from the nicotine. It's from the 7,000 compounds that are created when you take tobacco and you light it on fire.
Yep.
So what happens when people go and ban all these things? Well, we've had 2 more studies get published this week talking about exactly that. What happens when you put a flavor ban in place? What happens when you ban electronic cigarettes that are harm reduction and aren't actually going to kill anybody? What happens? Can you guess? Could it possibly be what us advocates have been telling you this whole time? Well, people aren't just going to, start taking piano lessons and ballet. They aren't just going to be the good little people of society that you puritanical dolts want. They're going to go back to smoking cigarettes. And actually die from their habit. 2 studies released this past week, taking a look at the fact that, when we ban electronic cigarettes, what happens? What happens to the sales? For our vapors, several of them, unable to find flavors, have simply started smoking again, said Gallant. You have no idea how sad this makes me. Well, why did you guys ban it in the first place?
Exactly. It wouldn't have happened.
Hasn't the war on drugs taught people that if you ban it, it doesn't go away? Did cocaine go away when they banned it? Did marijuana go away? Or has 30% of the kids consumed that ever since they banned it? Just don't talk about it. And you wouldn't get upset about 1.9% of the kids that vape daily. And that a certain percentage of them are going to try it. And how many percentage of them that try it are trying it because of the real cost campaign and the fact that they see friends of theirs vaping that don't get sick, don't have a problem with it, and quite enjoy it. So they have to try it themselves. Same social pressures that we dealt with. However, one good thing has come out of this whole JUUL fiasco. Okay? When JUUL went away and all the states started suing JUUL for compensation so they could get a bunch of money that they could spend on everything except for what they're supposed to spend it on, once in a while, you get a state that does the right thing. So Colorado is committed to spend $20 million of their JUUL settlement on a grant program to improve mental health among the youth in their state.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
$20 million out of the $31.7 million lawsuit settlement is now going to establish a mental health program for the residents of that state. My question is, What are they doing with the other $11.7 million?
Well, this is it, isn't it?
Every time they put these new tobacco taxes on, it's supposed to go for tobacco prevention and to help people that get health issues cover their medical expenses when they don't pay the bill, because you get a $200,000 bill for a heart attack, and, well, you're never going to be able to pay that back. Is that going to go cover those health costs? Or is it going to go cover the governor's new library?
His new Porsche.
Utterly preposterous. And you know what? The FDA can't get anything right as far as I'm concerned, because the more I look into it, well, one more story. One more little thing about this lovely study. This one's in Newsweek. Bans on flavored e-cigarettes known as vapes may lead to unintended increases in tobacco cigarette use among young adults, according to recent analysis.
No shit.
For every 1% that you eliminate e-cigarette use by the youth, it's a 2.2 to 2.8% increase in cigarette smoking among youth. Link to everything's in the description below. We got so much to cover that I don't even want to get into that. But has the FDA got everything right? Is there anything else that they totally screwed up? How about Vioxx?
While we're on news, now, can I get my little penny's worth in here?
Sure. Jump to that, because I got a whole segment on Vioxx.
It's just a quick thing about, obviously, the UK. We're having an election, and there's a group called We Vape on X, not Twitter. I keep getting the fucking wrong.
Call it what you want, man.
Who've got these views on your potential government. So this one here is Daisy Cooper. She's the deputy leader of the Liberal Democrats. And they are pretty much saying, hang on, I can just zoom in a bit on it there. They're saying the government proposals on vapes are absolutely no-brainer and are consistent with Liberal Democrat Party policy that was adopted at our conference last year, including the ban on single-use vapes on environmental grounds. So they're still heading towards that kind of thing, yeah?
Yep.
Then you've got the Labour Party. The Labour Party are also part of banning disposable vapes. It's been calling it for 2 years. The Labour Party has grown up in the room and is prepared to act in the national interest and vote for this important measure. There's two parties that are still going with the ban on disposals. We have our lovely Mr. Farage, who's now standing for the Reform UK Party. If you smoke, vaping is without a doubt a safer option. Why does the government think that by saying these botanical things it's going to make any difference whatsoever? It's just a state control of our lives. He's kind of hit the nail on the head, but he's always been attacked and hammered for being an outspoken politician. Now he's the good one. The Tories, look what they're going to do. First, we'll ban disposable vapes. Second, we'll crack down on marketing with new powers to restrict flavours and introduce flavour packaging. That's your government. That's your views of your governments or potential governments, whoever you vote for, on vaping. And as you see, the Tories, if they get back in, they're going to attack flavours. Simple. So, vote Tory, could be kiss and go by the vaping. Now, on the other hand, I found an article, if you bear with us. Bear in mind what I've just showed you with the Tories. Have a look at this. Tories defend 350k vaping boss donation. Was this not so hypocritical? Conservative defenders accept the donation from the chief executive of a company accused of marketing vapes to children. They accept the £350,000 donation from Supreme 8 Limited in May, records show. The boss of Supreme 8 is Sandy Chagger, I think that's his correct pronunciation, who is also the chief executive of Supreme PLC, which markets vapes. The label says vapes from as a treat such as blue ras lemonade, strawberry mousse, and rainbow burst are clearly aimed at children, and obviously the legal age to purchase vape is 18. So this is the hypocrisy of these parties. You've got a guy there who says when he comes in, he's going to literally try and demolish the vaping industry, and there he is taking suitcases full of money for them so they can try and keep them in power. What is the world coming to? I'll rest my case.
Nothing but hypocrisy.
I just totally and utterly rest my case on that one. But yeah, that's my little penny's worth, if you don't mind.
Not at all. Not at all, mate.
But that's just the thing there on
Timeline.
your parties, on your election parties. Be careful who you vote for, boys and girls. That's all I'm going to say.
The FDA is constantly getting things wrong. This is just one example of the things that they've gotten wrong and things that you may or may not have even heard about. Shortly before the FDA approved Vioxx in 1999, drug maker Merck launched a study it hoped would prove that Vioxx was superior to other painkillers, older painkillers, because it caused fewer gastrointestinal problems. Instead, the study would eventually show that Vioxx could be deadly, causing heart attacks and strokes. So here's the timeline. Oh, FDA authorized it. They did a study. They found out, oh man, it killed twice the number of people that other drugs like naproxen or naproxen sodium, as you may know it, in its generic form, killed. So, out of those patients that took Vioxx, 140,000 had heart attacks. And out of that 140,000 who had heart attacks because they were taking Vioxx, 60,000 of them died. 60,000 died because of taking an FDA-authorized prescription medicine for pain. Meanwhile, when the whole Volley situation took place, we never exceeded 3,600 and some odd deaths from illicit THC cartridges laced with vitamin E acetate, which we already talked about how vitamin E cannot dissolve in VG-PG solution that we use in our e-liquids because it's not water soluble. So now the question is, wow, this is horrible, right? But the question is it going to come back onto the market? No, I do not want to register. Will a drug linked to 60,000 deaths come back onto the market? Short answer is yes. No. I'm not even going to bother. It's utterly preposterous. Anyway.
I'm trying to get you to sign up and look on the website. Jesus Christ. What else? Well, thanks for walking by, Steve.
Beloved friend, Dr. Michael Mosley.
Yeah, sad loss.
Police have confirmed they have found the body of Dr. Michael Mosley after the Mail columnist went missing on a Greek island.
It was just after 10 a.m. this morning, local time, that news began to emerge that sadly a body had been found.
The body was discovered in a rocky area today after an extensive search around 30 minutes walk from the village where Mosley was last seen. Police have confirmed they have found the body of Dr. Michael Mosley after the Mail columnist.
And for those of you that don't know, Dr. Michael Mosley was on a BBC series, BBC Two, Trust Me, I'm the Doctor. And he did a wonderful presentation when it comes to vaping. For those of you in the UK, there's a link to the BBC website where you can actually watch the program. And for those of you that aren't, well, It used to be available on Netflix, and it wasn't available on
Now,
Amazon.
I have my own prejudices and preconceptions, and the great thing about making Trust Me films is they are often challenged by the facts. Now, at the moment, there is one subject that I am really passionate about, and I'm dying to get to the bottom of. Until 7 years ago, it was quite normal to see people smoking away in restaurants and pubs. Then it was banned. Now, cigarettes in public places are making something of a comeback, albeit with a twist.
And he evaluates e-cigarettes in this series, in his BBC series. He doesn't smoke, he doesn't vape, none of that stuff. But for the purposes of science and this documentary that he created, they had him try an actual cigarette. Light an actual cigarette on fire and breathe that in. And he coughed and hacked and puked and turned green, the whole 9 yards. And it was like, I don't understand why people would subject themselves to this torture. Until 5 minutes later, when he got the Nick buzz and went, oh, well, okay, I kind of see the point to this. And that was his segue into, what if there was a less harmful way to consume the nicotine? Since that's the reason people seek it, it's not the reason they can't quit it. Because there's a whole nother segue we can go into. But I've already talked about that before numerous times. The point is, he picked up a vape. And he became a daily vapor. And the whole time he was doing this, they were checking his health outcomes. They were checking his blood pressure and his respiratory abilities with a spirometer. And he was being monitored the whole time. And the whole time he was doing this, they also ran a study where they brought in a bunch of people who smoked and handed them a vape and monitored their health before when they were smoking and after when they had been exclusively vaping for an entire month. And it was astonishing how many people had health improvements in just 1 month of abandoning combustion. Fantastic series. If you ever get the opportunity to watch it, every once in a while it goes back on Netflix. Sometimes it's on Amazon. Sometimes it's geo-blocked. But it's a fantastic video for you to watch. It's only like an hour long. Unbelievably fantastic. And this was all because the realization came in England 8 years ago.
Electronic cigarettes have been hailed as the healthier alternative to the real thing. Some experts say there's not enough evidence to show their long-term effects. But a new study today claims that vaping can significantly help cigarette smokers quit, or at least cut down. Here's our health and social care correspondent, Victoria McDonald.
For me, it's been an absolute revolution. Now I can run for the bus, whereas before, if I'd had to run for the bus or run anywhere, I'd really feel like I was going to have a heart attack or something.
The long whip.
So here's my question. If you were a kid and you came across a video like this that told you the truth, are you ever going to have faith in the FDA to do the right thing? When they paid for the True Cost campaign, they did these scary things with monsters and things crawling underneath your skin, lied to you the whole time. You can believe them about anything they have to say. God forbid we have an actual, pandemic that, has the potential to kill half the population. And they say, well, you need to do this, you need to do this. Are any of these people going to ever listen to you ever again?
We met John North as he was stocking up on his e-cigs. He tried the wine flavour and then the toffee. He liked both. But what he most likes is that he hasn't had a cigarette now for more than a year, and that's after 30 years of smoking. People like him are called vapers, those who smoke e-cigarettes, and they are, more often than not, evangelical about their little electronic device. It contains nicotine and liquid, which when heated turns to smoke, thus the word vaping. The argument is that it doesn't have all the horrible chemicals.
It doesn't turn to smoke.
So coming to you on a high street soon, if there isn't one there
but
already.
For the sake of this, it was 9 years ago.
These, because they have grown massively in popularity over the past few years, and in fact that's what's worrying public health officials. Nobody quite knows yet what the long-term effects of them are, if they are actually safe, or if, for instance, they're encouraging young children to take up the habit. But today, the renowned Cochrane Library has entered the debate with a review on e-cigarettes. And their conclusion is that vaping can help cigarette smokers kick the habit or cut down.
So this was 9 years ago, right? And this was all because the Cochrane Library took a look at the science and they did the evaluation and they said, okay, what is the potential harm of using e-cigarettes? Compare that to smoking. And what is the potential of e-cigarettes to get people to quit smoking? Here we are 9 years later. Electronic cigarettes for smoking cessation, Cochrane Living Systematic Review, meaning they continue to evaluate it and continue to add the scientific studies and determine, is it true? Is it more true, what we've been saying, or is it less true? And now, without a doubt, more people stop smoking for at least 6 months using nicotine electronic cigarettes than nicotine replacement therapy. And there's other studies that say it's more effective than combined nicotine replacement therapy and counseling and a pill like Champix. 54% of people using electronic cigarettes stop smoking and are still using the e-cigarette at 6 months to not smoke. Levels of carbon monoxide are significantly lower among people who stop smoking using electronic cigarettes than among people who continue to solely smoke combustible cigarettes. Duh, common sense, because when you're breathing this in, there is no carbon monoxide. It's just room air that's mixed with the liquid that's vaporized, which is essentially fog juice that nobody and no school has ever had a problem with me using when I was a DJ at a school dance. It's essentially the same thing. And nicotine e-cigarettes do not appear to be associated with serious unwanted effects in the short term. In the 2 decades that we've been using it, the best they can come up with is Avali, which was vitamin E acetate. It's Viali, not Evali.
Yeah.
Let's call it by what it is. And it's continually being evaluated. Anyway, unfortunately, the FDA is getting it wrong. And their misinformation campaign has polluted our politicians to believe that it's horrible for you. And we're on a crusade to ban it and get rid of anybody selling it. So the Rockford area vape store, known as Marco's Vapor, after 10 years of business, getting thousands upon thousands of people to quit smoking, is now going out of business. And we can thank the FDA for sending them a $22,000 fine because they were selling a product that got people to quit smoking. And also happened to be the latest popular fad with kids. Unbelievable.
Crazy world, mate. Absolutely crazy.
And this isn't the only person that's been closing recently. Mark and Bernie closed their store, 906 Vapor. They're gone. And you know the irony of it all? There are some cities that are reversing this trend. Because they did it for a while and realized it didn't really change anything. All it did is made people drive outside of our town to go shopping for what they wanted. During North Dakota's primary election on June 11th, voters in Valley City will be deciding whether to repeal the city's ban on vaping products. A yes vote on Measure 2 would allow businesses to sell flavored vapes in Valley City. And they have been banned in the city since 2016. And we already talked about, do bans actually solve anything or do they make the problem worse? While bans on single-use vapes keep popping up across the globe in the name of reducing teen vaping, experts explain while these will not really contribute much to achieving their intended objective. My question is, why aren't they talking about the unintended consequences that we already know through multiple scientific studies show that you're actually killing more people than if you would have done nothing?
Mhm.
And yes, I'm angry about it. Because public health is supposed to improve public health, not make it worse than if they did nothing at all. That is the antithesis to medicine. Do no harm.
Exactly, my friend. Absolute craziness. Absolute madness.
Maybe instead of focusing on something that you're going to cause harm, it's already been scientifically shown that you're going to cause harm, perhaps you should focus on what the real problem is in society.
Yeah, the cause.
U.S. depression rates reach a brand new high. The percentage of U.S. adults who have reported being diagnosed with depression at some point in their lifetime has reached 29%. I told you guys last week, it's like 30%. Nearly 10% higher than it was in 2015. Couldn't possibly be because of the economic crisis that we're living in, or the fact that we all dealt with the last pandemic that came through that destroyed so many of our lives and so many of our small town businesses. The percentage of Americans who currently have or are being treated for depression has also increased to 17.8%, being treated every single day for their depression, up about 7 points over the same period. Both rates are the highest recorded by Gallup since it began measuring depression during the current form of data collection.
Crazy.
At what point are they going to focus on what is actually causing harm to society? And maybe one of the reasons why people are turning to vaping. Here we have the actual scientific study, Trends in U.S. Depression Prevalence from 2015 to 2020. If you want to read it, it's in the description below. I'm not going to go into it. The fact of the matter remains that we have a serious problem going on. We have depression that's going on. They want to talk about, protecting the adolescent brain from how nicotine primes them for addiction. But we have no problem with our short attention span and the social media that keeps driving it shorter and shorter by giving us faster and faster instant gratification. Has attention span been declining? Well, let's investigate this. In what might be just an age-old regular ephebiphobia, claims have been raised that individual attention spans have been declining, not just among adolescents, but among the general population. If so, this would be quite worrying. Much of the economy in industrialized society is comprised of knowledge work, and knowledge work depends upon attention to the task at hand. Switching between tasks often might prevent progress on complicated and difficult problems that we keep ignoring because we want our instant gratification.
Definitely true. Everything's fast and furious, isn't it?
So is it possibly the reason why so many people have turned to nicotine? We've already got scientific studies out there that completely diverts the whole subject. We're not talking about vapes at all. We're talking about nicotine as a source. And what's the most readily available source of nicotine? Well, you can go to any store, grocery store, pharmacy, and pick up a nicotine patch. Will nicotine patch make you smarter? Oh my goodness, nicotine, a nootropic? On a quest to make his brain work better, a writer delves into the evidence for why the world's most notorious alkaloid may be the best bet for a true cognitive enhancer. Here's the short rundown of it, because I know we're already an hour and a half into the stream. We've been at this news for an hour. The short of it is, just because you use a nicotine patch isn't going to turn you into Einstein. But if you got to get a paper finished and you got to get it done quick and you have a deadline looming and you're having trouble concentrating, if you put a nicotine patch on, it will help you focus and get the job done quickly.
Yep. I was waiting for that one.
Here's the quote. I'm not going to try and find it. To my knowledge, nicotine is the most reliable cognitive enhancer that we currently have. Bizarrely, said Jennifer Rusted, professor of experimental psychology at Sussex University in Britain, when we spoke, the cognitive enhancing effect of nicotine in a normal population are more robust than you get with any other agent. So it has the same harm potential as caffeine, but it works a heck of a lot better.
Yeah. And I don't know, when will the world open its eyes this year?
And the people that don't, listen to anything and actually do the research for themselves, find out the truth, and they chase things to make them. It's called biohacking. It's a whole new group of adults out there that are trying to biohack. We've always had that problem, it's not so much of a problem, but the desire to be immortal, right? To live the best life you can possibly live. And there's so many people out there biohacking. And one of the things that they're looking into and is being readily accepted among that population is nicotine as a nootropic. The misunderstood compound and the cognitive enhancer that you can use to improve your abilities. Goes into the whole history of it, nicotine and additives and how bad it is. And when you divorce nicotine from combustion, how it just has positive benefits unless you abuse it. Kind of like everything else in society.
Yep.
Links in the description below for this. We've got the actual science. Nicotine is a cognitive enhancer. It's also linked in the description below. And the last bit, so we can go on to some adult beverages, is the molecular insights into the benefits of nicotine on memory and cognitive.
Molecular.
Lots of science out there that show it's a benefit to society. If everybody on the planet, I love this. There was a thought experiment done. If everybody in society was required to wear a nicotine patch, what would society be like because of it? Based on the science that we already know.
Yeah.
Alzheimer's, depression, Parkinson's numbers would all drop. Ulcerative colitis would drop significantly. There's a whole host of things that would be improved in society. And I'm sorry for big pharma and for big healthcare. You wouldn't have as many customers as you do now. Because one of the most therapeutic benefits of nicotine, especially when you consume it through a vape, is people quit smoking. Even the people that had no intention to quit.
Yeah.
It's that
I'll
simple.
vape to that.
I'll vape to that. Oh! Ladies and gentlemen, that is the lovely, luscious strawberry swirl clone that we mixed up. Season 3, episode 15. It's been sitting here, steeping, because it's a cream. And let me tell you, that is perfect. It's like a strawberry milk.
Let me tell you,
beautiful, punchy strawberry. We did that Orange Julius.
Yeah.
We did that Orange Julius clone.
Yeah, that didn't last long, did it? But I'm just getting some vape mail literally while we were live. I mean, the mail came and the other bottle. I mean, I think I told Alex I got some there. That Mollenberg husband. Now I'm adding to my collection now. Now I've just bought some Bavarian cream, TFA Bavarian cream, and another fantastic additive for good old custard. So yeah, the little recipe stash is starting to get built up.
It's fantastic. And let me tell you, I finally got my Bull City Flavors recipe added to our inventory, and we're not going to do a blatant random recipe today. We're going to actually mix a couple single flavor recipes. Basically, it's a single flavor test but they're going to be flavors. Like Kenny had asked me a long time ago. He's like, "You guys have Strawberry Jacks over in your part of the world?" And I'm like, Strawberry Jack? I had to look it up, and I'm like, I've seen those in like assorted candy bags around Christmas time, but it's not something that is just like readily available out there. Flavor Art makes a Strawberry Jack that I've got. And from my youth, Toblerone was an amazing candy I first experienced in Hungary as a child. So we have a Flavor Art flavor that's supposed to be a replica of that. So we're going to mix up a single flavor of that today. 2 delicious flavors.
Wow.
Single flavors. It's that easy to get into DIY. If they ban everything in your area and you get yourself an RTA, I've already had people asking me about RTAs and RDAs and drippers and all that stuff and how to get into DIY. Find the best flavor that you love. Look at the manufacturers that make them. Find the highest reviewed one and mix it up as a single flavor. A single flavor e-liquid.
Or you can even buy one shots. For example, I just got that one the other day, OG custard from Nom Noms. All that is a concentrate flavour. You add your VG, your PG, and your secret sauce. Bob's your uncle, you're ready to go. Simple as that.
And that same bottle could be sold as the actual ingredient that's in there because you don't know. That might be a one-shot being sold by, you know, such and such company, but it's actually nothing more than a single flavor profile from a single manufacturer that you don't know as the flavoring that's in there. You had your VG, PJ, and your Nick, and you're good to go. There's your e-liquid. Have a nice day.
Good. And that only cost me 12 quid. So I'm getting like I think it's a 250 ml bottle, actually, to be quite honest. 12 quid for 250 ml of e-liquid. It's a no-brainer. You couldn't get like a single bottle. You know what I mean? Delicious, man. And then obviously, like Alex says, once you get into a bit of mixing, you know, nothing complicated, simple recipes, you save more money again. And obviously, if our Tories get in and go for flavours, this is the way you might end up having to go if you want the flavour.
One last thing, and this is common sense. Nothing more, nothing less. Vaping is not tobacco. Vaping is not a crime, should not ever be a crime. And vaping is definitely not smoking. Vaping saves lives. Need a drink, mate? Up for your entertainment today, reaching into my little cooler, Voodoo Ranger Hard Charge Tea Punch. This is definitely not kid-friendly packaging. Maybe we should have plain packaging for all alcoholic beverages. How's that going to go over with society? Oh, they haven't been brainwashed into how bad alcohol is, despite knowing people that have died from drunk drivers, that they didn't blame the alcohol manufacturer. They blamed it on the person who's behind the wheel. They didn't blame the car. They didn't blame the person who sold them the alcohol. Although the lawyers will get money from them. We have an adult beverage. Hard charged tea, peach flavored, made with real tea. Wow. Not artificial tea? It's a malt beverage with tea and natural flavors. No carbonation, contains alcohol. Please drink responsibly. What's the percentage of alcohol in this 12 fluid ounce can? 7%.
7%. I will get responsibly drunk. Yes, boys and girls, this has been a school night. Gone for a good old favourite. I've gone back to the old Warrington's draft beer. It's absolutely fantastic. The alcohol is 3.4% by volume, and of course, it needs to be. You have to listen to this. Get that little widgety sound, and of course, you get that wonderful, wonderful little coloration there that settles into the bottom. It was very cloudy and then just starts to clear like so, and it's just nectar of the gods, as we say. So yeah, I'm on that. And me little safety school night beverage.
Delicious. I'm not a posh prick. I'm going to sit here and drink this right out of the can. Cheers to our health. Whoa, is that peach flavor? That's straight up peach juice.
Is it? Really thickly.
Holy cow. That is a delicious peach tea. Mmm. Boys and girls, do not drink that because you could pound them down left over right. Hand over fist.
Soda, definitely.
That's like a Turner's tea, peach tea. Wow.
What the?
Past the teeth, past the gums. Look out, liver, here it comes. Definitely. Definitely.
Isn't that weird? This is classed as an English bitter. I don't know if you can say that. Budweiser.
Budweiser makes Boddingtons?
Must be the most known as part of the group because it's brewed with 100% British barley, ingredients of natural origin, and renewable electricity. I never knew that. Budweiser. It wouldn't surprise us one brewery owning all of the other breweries. You know, everything under an umbrella corporation.
It's like all the other corporate takeovers that have been going on around us we don't even realize. Who do you think owns Fox News? Can you guess who owns Fox?
Was it not him that had Sky? What they call him? Oh.
Used to be Rupert Murdoch. It's been sold. Yeah. You know who owns it? Disney.
Oh, I can't think his name. Who am I thinking of? He used to own Sky, or he does own Sky. Oldish fella. What the hell they call him? I'm sure he's American as well.
We've got a dad joke. You all remember Klinger from MASH, right?
No, I didn't.
Klinger's actually a Disney princess now.
Really?
Yeah, it's owned by Disney. All the MASH series is now owned by Disney. So technically, Klinger is a Disney princess. All right, time for some hand checks. Still don't have a bumper for this. So let's jump into, where is it?
Yeah, Rupert Murdoch's had a 21st century Fox, didn't he?
What's going on? Did OBS change my order? No, there it is.
Rupert Murdoch had 21st century Fox. That's the one.
Yeah, and 20th Century Fox is now owned by Disney.
It's all Disney now, eh? Wow.
William Dobson is still on this beautiful little number.
Oh, it is nice, aren't they? I do.
Look at that.
The beauty, isn't it?
I'd say I'd polish that up, but I got one. I don't polish it.
Why not?
I just
Give it a
don't.
bit of bling.
I've got too much other stuff to do. All right, here we go. Ready? I know this isn't a hand check, but this is something that should be covered in the news, but isn't technically news because this is something that everybody should know. The prohibition flow chart. Public thinks that X, Y, Z something is scary. So authorities ban X to make public feel safe. Not X the platform. Please don't ban X the platform. Advocate for free speech. No legal way to obtain X, so the value of X increases. Black market forms. Organized crime gains a new source of income. Organized crime grows. And then we are locked into an ever-repeating cycle. Frequent violence, crime increases. Law enforcement use harsher tactics. Criminals become more violent to combat the police violence. And then the frequency of violence of crime increases. And it keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Until you repeal prohibition and go, it doesn't work, let's do away with it. Little piece of history for you. Matthew Myers in 2006 said, if you had a product that addicted 45 million people and killed none of them, I would take that deal. And then you'd have coffee. I have to believe that if the market incentives were such that over time, someone could just devise a product that could give people the same satisfaction as combustible tobacco, but not kill them, people would flock to it. Well,
Yeah, it's called vaping.
It happened. And now you want to take it away from us. Bullshit.
Okay.
And for us advocates out here, the reality is we are fighting $1 trillion propaganda machine with memes and personal experiences.
Yeah.
And just to set the record straight, since true facts aren't available anywhere else, especially not from the government or the propaganda machines that they fund constantly. These products contain the same amount of tobacco. 0. Nicotine pouches contain 0 tobacco. E-cigarettes and vapes contain 0 tobacco. Literally, not even a derivative of nicotine now. Because our e-liquids are tobacco-free nicotine. And now they're coming out with all these analogs to it. So it isn't even the nicotine molecule anymore. But if you want the actual nicotine molecule, you can always go to Nicorette gums and patches and sprays. They're readily available over the counter on the bottom shelf of your local grocery store where the youngest toddler could pick it up and throw it in mommy's cart. And here's the science to show cigarette smoking, vaping, nothing, just clean air. Breathe in, breathe out. This is what shows up. What does vaping look like? Clean air. What does cigarette smoking look like? Well, like it's got 7,000 potential compounds in there that might kill you. Because, well, a few dozen of them actually are carcinogenic.
Ooh, look at all that.
How about that for a hand check?
Holy shit. That's awesome. That's a
That's from a little shindig that Bogan had.
Wow.
Bogan got together in London somewhere with a bunch of mates, and they put all their stuff on the table.
That's awesome. Some nice bits of kit there as well. Oh.
How you like them apples?
Coils.
Homemade coils.
Beautiful, that one.
My OCD is not finally happy.
You couldn't see them from the top to see if they're aliens or they're just Claptons.
They're just Claptons. I just made regular Clapton coils.
They still look nice though. My God, yeah.
There you go.
There
There's a
he
little
is.
gathering.
There you go. You see that? UK pissing down with rain. Welcome, Bogan. Pissing down with rain. Welcome to the UK. You're going to have to buy lots of coats. Not surfboards.
I like that hand check.
coats.
I feel bad, man. As much as I love the Blaze Solo, I don't give it as much love as it deserves.
Oh, it's a nice bit of kit. Got the juice on the other one, yeah. Ooh, that's a nice one.
How about that? Good old
That's cool.
X-Slim.
Still got mine somewhere.
I want one of them.
Oh, I like
Tread
that.
plate
That's nice.
mod.
That
I
is really
love
cool,
that look.
Yeah.
I guarantee you any firefighter I know would be happy to buy that. They'd pay $250 for that mod. Easily.
That's sex in the box, isn't it?
And once again, 0 days since the last Oz tobacconist firebombing. How to mislead people with statistics. Use percentages instead of absolute numbers. Oh my God, there's more teens vaping than adults. Bullshit. 2.1 million teens trying vapes versus 18.5 million adults vaping so they don't smoke. And here we go. Once again, the reminder. This was the teen vaping epidemic. That's an epidemic? Can you even see that on there without me zooming in?
It's the mate.
Next time you see someone enjoying something that isn't hurting anyone, that's not your cup of tea, instead of saying something negative, train yourself to think to yourself, okay? And say, I'm glad they are happy. And then go carry on with your life. Is that too much to ask from society? When you see something that you don't agree with or isn't your cup of tea, as long as they're not hurting anybody, can you just say, I'm glad they're happy and move on? And a little reminder, here's a nicotine guide for you.
All in there.
Nicotine does not cause cancer, because if it did, all of these would be banned. And I can't imagine what our food would look like if all of those were banned, because I love every single one of those except for the eggplant.
Oh, all healthy stuff as well. Tomatoes, I love tomatoes. And potatoes, come on. Potatoes are
All right.
you have it. Yeah. You know what I mean? Ooh.
I ate potatoes every single day if I could. Fortunately, my wife made us lovely Indian food last night, and I had no potatoes whatsoever because the chicken and the rice and the Indian seasonings. Ooh, what a wonderful chicken masala.
But you can make a vegetable version of that. Potato and all that shit.
Yeah, no, I don't need it. It was delicious by itself. I don't know why we waited so long to learn about it and try it. Her boss is an Indian, right? You know, so they treat them every once in a blue moon and just bring in from the local Indian restaurant. Here's everybody's lunch for today. So nice and refreshing not to have pizza or something brought in, right? Actually, Indian food. And they brought in the chicken masala and there was leftovers and the wife brought it home and I'm like, ooh, could you make this? She's like, oh, hell yeah, I'll make it. She wouldn't spend $120 to buy all the seasoning that you need because we don't have any of the real Indian seasoning here at the house, but she went and bought that. And ever since then, it's kind of like, oh, man, is it time to have chicken masala again?
Well, I was at work last night, so I obviously had a Chinese. Quite a bit of Chinese, actually. I
I can't tell you last time we actually had Chinese.
I had some salt and chili chicken. Ooh, it is hot. Oh my god, it's hot.
For me,
Salt
it's
and
always
chili
General Tso's chicken with crab meat ragoons.
Oh, chicken breast curry, fried rice, chips, salt and chili chicken, some corn crackers to top it all off. Lovely.
Dusty Country said we just had grilled pork cutlets and hard-boiled eggs for dinner. Sounds
Boiled
delicious.
eggs. Oh my god. Boiled eggs. I love them. Mm-mm.
All right, time to move on to the dad jokes.
No more despair. I have paid more than I owe. Now what you see is what I give you.
If a vapor's been robbed, which detectives are assigned to the case? Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. Hey man, what do you call advice from a vapor? Drip tips.
Hey, is that a mechanical mod in your pocket? Or are you just happy to see me?
Hey, don't throw your mod at people, or else it's battery.
Hey, why did a vapor cross the road? To chase them clouds.
And they told me vaping was cheaper than smoking.
Nope, I don't care. What are you talking about?
Did you hear about the guy who doesn't pay more than 1 cent per mil for juice?
Shut that baby up!
Yeah, we get it. You DIY or die. Gotcha.
What are you waiting for? Let's do this.
It's go time!
Cigarettes are like squirrels. They're perfectly harmless until you put one in your mouth and try to light it on fire.
Yeah.
Hey man, there was a spider and I panicked, but I think it's gone now.
Oh, holy shit. One way to do it.
Not a tobacconist shop. There you go. You can sing this one.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Oh, my lordy do.
You know what? There are no violent gangs fighting over aspirin territories. There's also no violent gangs fighting over whiskey territories or computer territories or, well, anything else that's legal. There are only criminal gangs fighting over territories covering drugs, gambling, prostitution, and other victimless crimes. Making a nonviolent activity a crime creates a black market, which naturally attracts criminals and gangs, which turns what was once a relatively harmless activity affecting a small group of people into a widespread epidemic of drug use and gang warfare. Now, how do we get Mark Butler to accept the facts as presented?
Fucking tattooed on his arse cheek.
Listen, I want gay married couples to be able to protect their marijuana plants with guns. That's the motto of the Libertarian Party of Florida since 1987.
Rather random, isn't it?
If it's not harming you, smile, be happy that they're happy, and move on.
What's it got to do with baby being gay? I don't understand.
Who's that? Who's that, mate?
That is... Oh...
Christy Brinkley.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, who's your favorite cop? Martin Riggs, John McClane, Axel Foley, or Marion Cobra?
John
Christy
McClane all
Alley,
day.
sorry. Mallery corrected me.
John McClane all day. Yippee-ki-yay.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I don't know. I kind of like the insanity of Martin Riggs. Then
John
again,
McClane's
Axel Foley
cool.
was funny as shit. How do you steal somebody's house? Go watch Beverly Hills Cop 3 and they'll show you how. All right, here we go. Which one of these
Whoa,
series would you pick to watch today if you had to choose between these four? In the Heat of the Night, Hunter, Matlock, or Murder, She Wrote?
One of them is still on TV today now. Over here in the UK.
Here in the
Murder, She
States,
Wrote.
you watch those low-power TVs, they're all still available.
Murder, She Wrote, probably the one. I'll tell you one I used to love watching, right? You never hardly see it now. Quincy. Remember
Quincy, yeah. Medical Examiner. I loved
I used
watching
to love
Quincy.
watching that. Yeah. Never see it now.
You remember this one?
Oh, hell yeah.
You have to think in Russian.
Yeah.
You cannot think in
Very
English and
short,
translate. You must think in Russian.
Yeah, with a very, very broad American accent as well. If you think in Russian.
I'm your captain. I'm your captain. Captain Kangaroo. I didn't know he played guitar.
No idea.
How about this one? You remember this classic?
Yeah. Used to watch that.
Who remembers flipping through records at a record store? How many of you out there remember flipping records and try and find the latest, greatest album to add to your collection?
Yep, I can do that. I can relate to that one.
You know, the sad reality is at the height of my record era of DJing, I probably had that equivalent in milk crates. Andrew Kaiser, hello and welcome. Rated R Louie, hello and welcome. Cassettes. Yeah. Had plenty of cassettes. And then CDs. And then everything became digital. I'm so happy that everything became digital.
Oh, hell yeah.
Remember this one? Remember this movie?
Yep. One of the wife's favorites, Dirty Dancing.
He's dead now.
Yeah.
Why is this me when my friends ask me to take a picture of them? Like, yes, give it to me. I'll take the picture. My wife makes fun of me when I do that. She's like, you don't know how to take a picture. And isn't this the most beautiful weather phenomenon you've ever seen?
Oh, it's
A supercell? A supercell forming a tornado?
Yeah.
One of these
Look,
days,
okay.
after we retire, I want to go storm chasing out west. Just get in the
That's
car
on
and
my
go.
wife's bucket list. Yeah, that's on my wife's bucket list. She wants to go on storm chasing. She watches them all on YouTube, all the big storm chasers.
I'd love to do that. Go live. All right, so what is a movie you would watch just for the music?
The Blues Brothers.
I've done that numerous times. The one I'm going to miss getting put on the TV on a rare basis was The Sound of Music. Every once in a while, my daughter would get in the mood to listen to The Sound of Music.
I was kind of contemplating that, like all the old Disney films, like Mary Poppins,
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Oh,
all
yeah.
them old-
It's been so long, and it just like comes right back to you like that.
Yeah.
How about Oklahoma? All right, here's another person. You know, we just talked about how Michael Mosley passed away. You know that the Super Size Me star Morgan Spurlock died at the age of 53 from cancer?
I'm surprised the shit he was eating.
Only ate McDonald's for an entire month. Died at the age of 53 from cancer. Is it related? I don't know. Neil Pitt says Flash Gordon. I don't remember there being music of Flash Gordon, do you?
Queen Flash, savior of the universe. Do, 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 do. Queen.
Interviewer, do you have any special talents? No, man, I'm just a dick.
Not brilliant.
I'm not an electrician, but that doesn't look good.
No.
Meanwhile, in 1978, cannabis was banned, and you still had plenty of that going around because we know prohibition really works.
That's my car on a regular basis when I forget to open the window.
And you know, the funny thing is, that last e-cig summit, they even talked about the harm perceptions. And back in 1978, everybody was under the impression that cannabis would kill you. It's just dangerous as heroin and cocaine and all the other stuff. But it didn't stop generations of people from using it. 30% of the population is what the estimates are. There's no way of knowing for sure.
No, but you think about it, they're like the 60s and 70s were like the heyday for that. Everybody was off the face on it anyway. They were all on pot or marijuana or something. In them
And speaking of the Blues Brothers, guess who's got their own cannabis farm now?
Ooh.
Belushi. Got a wonderful series that you can watch on Amazon. There you go. I wasn't a big Seinfeld fan. I just couldn't get into it. I'd watch it if it was on, but I wouldn't complain about it. Somebody else put it on, but it was just like not something I would ever reach for. However, it does bring to light the fact that, you know, me on Urban Dictionary, whenever somebody younger than me uses a word that I have no clue about. What does that mean?
There's lots of them now.
That doesn't make sense in the context you just said it. So it's got to be, I got to look this up. And no, that is not the aftermath of Taco Bell.
That's your fucking curry.
That's not the curry either. It is not a vape. That's what happens when you had a Samsung phone in your ass.
Really?
And it got really hot, so you went into the bathroom, and it was hurting you so bad you wanted to sit down while you were trying to pull your pants down, but the pants didn't come down. You literally melted the toilet seat. But it's only vapes that are a problem that might explode. Not phones or laptops or these electric scooters they got nowadays. We asked 100 people, describe today's music in one word. And you can't say the word sucks.
Shit. Shite, crap, rubbish, garbage.
Predictable.
Yeah. In fact, no, because like, how many covers now do you hear? How many like old songs are people now covering? They're not even writing their own material anymore. They're copying people's material.
You mean how many covers do they screw up the original version? I can count on one hand how many times I've heard a cover of something that was better than the original. And believe me, I've listened to plenty of music over the years. What do you guys think out there in the audience, huh? Describe today's music in one word. What word would you use?
You've just hit on a topic there. I mean, honestly, I don't know if this is coincidence or not, right? But sometimes when I'm bored, I'll whip through YouTube and I'll watch reaction videos, right? to old 80s. I think there's a lot of them now reacting to like rapper first time at hearing blah 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 back from the 80s, right? And I've been watching a lot of them from reacting to Dire Straits' Alchemy Live gig, which was in the 80s, which was a fantastic gig. And they're all like, what? They're all just blown away by it. They're like, who the fuck are these? Where, why have I not? They've even admitted, they said that is music when it was music. Is it not? Because the way, you know, like the Dire Straits, they'll come up hard and they'll come down some nice lows and softs with piano and then build it up and all that. But you don't get that now. Not in a million years. And you haven't got talented guitarists nowadays like you had with them. You know what I mean? Or very few.
I'm sorry. I didn't even realize our music was muted earlier when Kenny had his news. I muted it.
Oh, well, you know.
I need to create a news scene that you share your stuff in that is one of the ones that the virtual DJ shuts off to.
No.
Moving on. How about some cool architectural homemade items?
That is brilliant. That is man-made material. That is brilliant. That is so good. That's an old oil filter.
Yeah, you take an old oil filter and you soak it in gasoline and then it rinses out all the nasty contaminants in there. You cut out the center part and you throw in the electronics to make a light fixture.
Awesome. What a good idea.
How about
even better. It's even better.
The things that we could be doing on a live stream if we didn't have to advocate for harm reduction.
Brilliant. Oh, shit. Hell yeah. Come on. That's class. Bathroom.
Isn't that cool?
Brilliant.
They can take our lives, but they'll never take it to the limit. One more time.
One more time.
Take it to the limit. One more time.
Oh, God. I was never a fan of them.
No, but you know what?
Never.
You don't see any artists like them anymore. Ever.
Nope.
They wanted to stand out, and that they did. And the music wasn't that bad.
I like the out tune by them, but I wasn't a big massive fan.
Meanwhile, in Canada,
Sorry.
they spend so little on maintenance that the locals had to write on there with a Sharpie. Hit the brakes, eh?
It up.
Watch for potholes, sinkholes, and assholes. How about these guys? You remember them? Happy Days.
Bonds, Richie. I don't know who he was again. I can't who was he
Sunday,
again?
Monday, Happy Days.
That was the Bonds. That was Richie Cunningham. Who was he again? It wasn't Ralph Ralph. Ralph Ralph was the ginger one, wasn't he? Who was he again?
I don't remember. Mallery, you know? William?
Fonzarelli,
Andrew?
Richie Cunningham, and then the other one. What the hell was he called? Gua? Lordy? Gua? What was that?
Ralphie.
Ralphie.
Interesting what they had on the pinball machine.
Look at Bonds' t-shirt.
Kiss.
Yes. Or other AKA Henry Winkler. What was his name, wasn't it? Oh yes, that's cool.
Get your welder out. You can do it. How many of us had these?
The Ghetto Blaster. We have the old Ghetto Blaster.
I wish I still had mine. You remember having to record stuff off of the radio, and then you would use the dubbing thing to try and create your own mixtape?
I can remember how people used to carry them around.
Get the hell out of here. Did you see that, mate?
Yes, he does. Yes, I've seen
Henry
that.
Winkler does fly fishing videos?
He right into his fishing, apparently. Massively.
That's something I've never done is fly fishing.
There's a lot of UK celebrities over here that love fishing. Absolutely love it. And they've done series. I mean, Robson Green, he was an actor. He was in all sorts. And his own series. He's got his own fishing series where he's done fishing. He goes around the world fishing for whatever. A lot of them are right into it. I used to fish quite a long time ago, freshwater fishing, but it's just time. You just never get time to do it anymore.
Ain't that the truth, man? Trying to find the time to do stuff is just...
Because I'll tell you, there was nothing quite nice as just sitting on the edge of a calm, nice lake, surrounded by trees, wildlife, and all that. Little rod cast out, maybe having a beer, a vape, or a coffee, just chilling out, watching the world go by. Fantastic, man. Really good to chill out with.
Yep. All right. Well, if you didn't have one of these, you certainly had to have one of these.
Yeah, the tower, an Amstrad.
A component rack of individual items put together for a sound system.
I had Technics and Marantz were the brands I had, and Wharfdale speakers. Wharfdale speakers about the size of a fucking bedside cabinet. These things were fucking huge. 200 watt amp, which normally 200 watt amp, if I recall, was a Kenwood. It was an old Kenwood valve amp.
Going after walleye in Northern Pike. Great eating there. Crappie is my favorite eating.
Yeah, I remember the separates. It was a big thing, the hi-fi separates of the day.
Andrew had Technics. Yeah.
Good brand. They were pretty high-end brand in the day.
Mm-hmm.
I can remember I used to save up for a different deck every time I had the money. Oh, the boombox used to hammer the batteries. Used to kill them.
I had a bunch of Radio Shack stuff. Their equalizer.
Shack, yeah.
30 band equalizer.
That's the one.
All right, folks. Can anybody please explain this to me?
He's got a slight problem there if he has a puncture like.
Is it because there's no way in hell you're ever going to get that down if you do get a flat? Or is it going to make the Jeep lopsided?
Probably a balancing thing. Pull wheelie. Oh, yeah.
You picked a fine time to leave me, loose wheel. I think that was actually on an episode of Chips. They're driving down the highway and the wheel took off and got pulled over driving on 3 wheels. Who remembers using these metal TV trays for your microwave TV dinners or your oven instant dinner?
Love them. Now you get bed ones. Now we've got cushions on the bottom of them.
I've got a wooden one like that at camp. When it was the 3 of us going camping, my wife and my daughter would sit at the table and I would sit with my little TV tray on the sofa.
Yeah. Best seat in the house, isn't it? On the sofa with a tray. Can't beat it.
Mallory's got a wooden one too. Listen, folks, do not eat my lunch. I have 7 shrimp and 4,639 rice.
Oh, Jesus. Very, very precise one, that one, wasn't it?
My co-workers would have took that and pissed in it or something. Dumped a cup of coffee in it. Okay, I didn't eat your lunch, man. Thanks, you still ruined it.
I think mine would have probably added a chocolate log to speak to it. They would have took a dump in it.
My mates would have eaten the thing and then put a sandwich in there that they brought to work that they didn't want to eat when they saw what I had.
That could be a thing. Swapping for what the shitty bait they brought in.
You are the dullest, emptiest vessel of a human I have ever encountered. Back in the days when you could tell people what you really thought.
Ooh.
That was like 20 years ago. That was like the big rage going on. Sending people blunt cards. Telling them what you really thought of them.
You're in for a treat, buddy. There you go.
Yeah, she's
Ooh.
tikka masala she had for lunch. She knows I can't get to it till 5 o'clock. Delicious. We should have started having them sooner. My wife and I are just sitting there talking. We've been married for 10 years now. Feels like yesterday.
Yep, gone by, isn't it?
Ricardo Montalban. Despite a 20-year acting career in Hollywood, Ricardo Montalban struggled to find steady acting employment after his role in Star Trek II. Hollywood was a little reluctant to hire an ex-con.
God. Was he in that Fantasy Island?
The plane!
This is Fantasy Island, wasn't it? That little guy. I can't remember what they call him, but yeah.
Listen, folks, if a girl is silent, it's dangerous, okay? She's either 1, overthinking it, 2, tired of waiting, 3, about to blow up, 4, needs a hug, 5, falling apart, 6, crying inside, or maybe it's 7, all the above.
Probably 7.
My wife is more analytical than I am at times. Sir, we've been married 6 years in October. Been together for 9 years.
Awesome.
Hello? I'm here to drive you crazy by asking a lot of questions to get down to the bottom of what's going on.
Good old Columbo. Brilliant program.
Look that up in the definitionary. There you go, mate.
Give me all your stuffing, all your yams and biscuits too.
ZZ Top. In the 80s, A&W tried to compete with McDonald's Quarter Pounder by selling a third pounder burger at a lower cost. Not so ironically, the product failed because most people believed a Quarter Pounder was bigger because they don't know math.
Yeah, they couldn't.
Yup.
Oh.
Yup. That much sugar is in a bottle of ketchup. Do the math. Learn the true character of a nation. Living wage, minimum living wage, a living minimum wage, affordable entry-level housing, tuition-free education. How much do they get? How many years? And do they have universal health care? If you do not pay close attention to its values and priorities, the outcomes will speak for themselves.
True.
Frank Zappa said, politics is the entertainment division of the military-industrial complex.
Frank Zappa, Jesus.
I'm not mean, I'm honest. The truth hurts, so here's a Band-Aid. Animal, 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 animal. Husky, Collie, Beagle, Afghan, Poodle, Pug, Yorkshire, Shih Tzu, Corgi. Very good, sir. Your hindsight is 20/20. Slow down. Speed limit 20 miles per hour. Trespassers will be hog-tied and told they have a pretty mouth.
Okay.
Enter at your own risk.
Okay.
You know, you come from dust, you will return to dust. That's why I don't dust. You know, it could be somebody I know.
How true. How true.
Here's some history for you. The Big Mac in 1980 was this big and only cost $1.20. In 2024, the Big Mac is this big in comparison and costs $5.31. Using a little bit of knowledge and realizing that society can be as dumb as a box of rocks following a sheep into the wolf's den, in 2030, this might be the size of a Big Mac costing you $28.50. And they're still not making minimum wage.
Exactly. That could be so true. That could be so true. Everything's getting smaller.
Listen, I saw this and I was like shocked. I was dumbfounded. You know, the question we always had with my daughter was, do you want to cut it down the middle in half or diagonal? Why choose when you can have both? This is like major news in the sandwich community. Who ever thought of cutting their sandwich like that?
Never.
That's the perfect slice.
Equal amounts.
Is this how flatbread is made? It certainly wasn't the naan bread I had last night with my chicken masala.
Why is that person sitting on a fucking display of bread?
I don't know, mate, but I'm glad she's not using one of those wheelchairs because once you start sitting in them, there's no hope in coming back.
Oh, no.
Meanwhile, a woman with $20 of groceries before going home to her $25,000 house in 1980 looks like this.
Huge.
Look at that Schlitz beer.
Wow. I could definitely fill your shopping trolley back in the day. Definitely.
Not now. My wife carried 6 bags in on one arm the other day and spent $200.
All right.
Yes, technically it was like 178 or whatever, but you get the point. Meanwhile, $800 worth of lumber in 2018 looked like this. Compared to $800 worth of lumber in 2021.
Honestly, it's heavy, isn't it?
But we're not supposed to be depressed. We're anxious about the future. So we focus on things like this. Appropriate graffiti in an outhouse. Do you want to poop with friends or do you want to poop alone? I don't know, man. I never had anybody offer to poop with me. Not that there's any room in there for 2 people. In that stinky abode. And yes, for you younger generations out there, our parents really did drop us off at a skating rink with money and leave. So we'll be back in a couple hours.
Certainly did.
For me, it was an ice skating rink, not a roller skating rink.
Yeah, it was ice skating here.
And for those of you that aren't sure and don't believe in science, or believe in science but don't believe in gravity or, just individual components of science, this is how clouds are made. Happy 420.
Love it.
A bottle of water can be 50 cents at the supermarket. Maybe back in 1980. $2 at a gym, $3 at the movies, and $6 on a plane. Exact same water. The only thing that changed its value was the place. So, maybe next time you feel you're not worth what you think you are, maybe you're just in the wrong place.
Possibility, yeah. Let's do the logic behind that.
Maybe why Kenny's driving a bus and not an Amazon bus.
Exactly.
Ooh, a squirrel! Ooh, William Shatner. And sorry, Bill, but Shatner panties was not a good idea.
No.
Of all the preposterous assumptions of humanity over humanity, nothing exceeds the most of the criticisms made on the habits of the poor by the well-housed, well warmed, and well fed. That's not something new.
Yep.
That was said back in 1854.
Oh, yeah.
Some things never change.
There you go. That's right. Poor man's pudding and rich man's crumbs.
And I feel that this is due justice. This is karma coming to fruition. The inventor of autocorrect just died. The fennel will be held to motto. You and your autocorrect. I had less spelling errors before autocorrect came onto the scene. And how come it's never gotten any better than when we first had it? There you go. We have a fork, a tactical fork, and a salt fork, and fork after control legislation. It's neither good as a fork or a spoon.
It's just an ornament.
We ban the fork and you get a spork. Well, it doesn't work as a fork.
Nope.
Kind of like when they try to ban vaping and make us use these 2015 technology products. They just keep getting more and more disgusting as time goes on. No wonder people are still smoking cigarettes and dying.
Just don't work.
And for those that we were talking about earlier about how some things just don't survive in the right environment, here's roses. Oh, the pH of this soil is too high. I'm going to die. Meanwhile, dandelions are like, fuck yeah, concrete. We got a crack.
Come on. Yeah. Oh, that's so true. They grow out of every fucking thing.
I want to get one of these for my camper. In case of fire, break glass. Go roast some marshmallows.
Marshmallows on a stick, ready to go.
And we have our Poochian confession. I acted like I hadn't been fed, and they gave me a second breakfast.
Oh, yeah. They do it all the time.
Like my Poochie's coming in acting like they didn't already get a treat.
What they do?
You know, only those who are willing to risk going too far can ever possibly find out how far one can go. T.S. Eliot.
That's a clever. T.S. Eliot. Wow.
Maybe that's why kids act out, to find out where the real boundaries are between what is permissible and what is not.
Yeah, like that. That's no good.
And we frequently get reminded when we go to camp that a rich life has nothing to do with money.
Oh, yeah. Just me there now. I'll be quite happy. I'll just sit there now, right where that is. Be as happy as a pig in shit.
Childhood meals. Eat it or go without. Was this true in your house as well?
Oh, that's it. Yep. Didn't like it, you went hungry. Simple. Another shit now, cooking 3 meals for different people. Everybody at the
Ooh, Michael Redfern doesn't like marshmallows. Fucking marshmallows.
No, I didn't mind the marshmallows.
Mallory's like, yeah, that's been true here.
Right, man.
Definitely.
But then again, food in them days wasn't your processed shit. It was nicely fresh cooked food. So 9 to 10 times you cook it anyway. So it was proper food. You know what I mean?
It was home cooked food. It was home cooked food, so the food was better off the bat. Number one, but there were still things that you didn't like, and your mom isn't like the moms nowadays. If a kid doesn't like something, they don't feed it, or the parents stop eating it, and cater to the kids' whims. Not in our generation. Our generation was told, this is what I'm making for dinner. You can eat it or you can be hungry. I don't care.
Yeah.
Because you're not always going to get the option to pick and choose what you want in life. Sometimes you have to be happy with what you got.
Yeah. It's like meal times here. It's always the Spanish Inquisition. Who wants this? I don't like that. Well, who wants? Well, what do you want? I don't want that. What do you want? I don't know. Well, stop picking it if you don't want. Oh, it's a nightmare. It's like a fucking.
And how many of us
military
had to sit at the table until we finished our plate or finished our vegetables?
Yeah. Oh, you couldn't leave the table unless that plate was empty. You left anything, you sat there and you had it.
If I had a dollar for every time I got the speech from either my mom or my dad, that you know what? When we were growing up, we were lucky to have a meal.
Yeah.
You get 3 a day, you're going to eat what's given to you and be grateful for it.
True, right?
And that has brought us up with a mindset now that actually, could be a problem with me and my wife, because it's like, what do you want for dinner? I'm like, I don't care. Whatever you make is going to be fantastic. And it's definitely going to be better than what I get in a restaurant. Well, that doesn't help me pick and choose what I'm making for dinner.
Surprises? That's what I'm saying. Surprising. Oh, he did.
And then you have my son who refuses to eat his vegetables because he's like, I'm an adult now. I can choose not to eat vegetables if I don't want vegetables. Well, yeah, but aren't you concerned about having things missing from your diet?
If only the new, mate. If only the new.
Mommy, why are so many people really sick now? Well, we're living in a fake environment with fake food, fake news, and fake people, and it's slowly poisoning our souls.
Too right.
How do we fix it? Oh, how about you start with being real? Tell us the truth. Let people make informed decisions. And stop trying to control things you have no control over?
Not that we're not growing our own food anymore. We're growing crops that make money. Like linseed oil, rapeseed oil, and all that shit. We're not growing food that you can eat. Well, money now.
Who are these people?
I vaguely remember that, but it escapes me. Especially that
A long
chap
time
there.
ago.
Yeah, especially him there with the. Oh God! And he's been in a few things. Him on the left.
There's one thing you know him for in this one with the 3 of them.
I think I recognised him more than I do the others. I think it's just because I recognised that person on the left.
You probably don't know him, but if I were to show you his teacher, you would know who he is. Bueller. Bueller. Bueller, are you here today?
Nah.
Mallory hit the nail on the head. Ferris Bueller. The movie was Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
All right. I recognized him.
Okay. We took our clothes off and I got on top of you. How long till it starts to feel good? I don't know, but I've already got a headache.
How true is that?
No hooking anytime. This is a no hooking zone. You are being recorded and will be reported. Your vehicle can be taken away.
Okay. We call it dogging.
Meanwhile, our parents had a makeout point that everybody went to.
Uh-huh. Lover's Lane.
And here's some more reality for us. Sons of Arthritis, ibuprofen chapter.
Ibuprofen chapter. Oh, God, how true that is now.
Am I high? Or does this new Dunkin' Donut mascot look like a walking butthole?
Not far away, is it? Oh
I'd
my
like to
God.
speak to the PetSmart manager. My name's Karen the Poochie.
Why? Why do people do that these days? Why? Why? I think it's pissed off. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are you doing this?
Does that mean it's doggy cam time? Is it time to wake the doggies up? Does a doggy want a treat?
I think they do. There they are, having a stretch.
The doggy want a treat? Huh? Maggie May, you want a treat? She's like, what? All right, Lucy, go move your fat butt over there. Over there. Lucy's a camera hog.
Oh, yeah. Definitely likes to be on the old air. Hunky Beer. You didn't name that after a Rod Stewart song by any chance, did you?
No. What happened with our I'm on camera not working? Oh, I'm on the other side. I'm like, wait a minute, where'd I go? I'm not on the computer, that's why.
Hunky Beer's name is Rod Stewart record.
Yeah. Nah, she came to us. Her name was Maggie, and the nickname for her became Maggie May. Lucy has gone through numerous nicknames. Juicy Lucy and Crazy Psycho Dog. And the old man here that you see is tumor growth. He's always been Jealous Jester.
Oh, jealous.
Because he wants nothing to do with you unless you're paying attention to somebody else. And then he wants to be in between you and that other thing. Doesn't matter whether it's Lucy or Maggie or me and my wife. He's only interested when somebody's getting affection and it's not him.
Wake up, Maggie, I think I got something to say to you.
I love Rod Stewart.
I'm hitting this blues all right.
Y'all happy campers now? Can we go back to our dad jokes? I'd like to speak to the PetSmart manager, please. Relax, David. It's just a small surgery. Don't panic. My name is not David. I know. I am David. Get me the fuck out of here. 1.6%. Only 1.6% of U.S. citizens owned slaves in 1860 when slavery was at its peak. Kind of like teen vaping. So you can stop bashing your hate for the entire white race for the actions of a mere 1.6%. Especially because a percentage of that 1.6% were blacks owning black slaves.
Exactly.
Chuck Norris sucks. It was worth it. It was worth it.
Brilliant. Wow.
Chuck Norris went to a feminist rally and came back with his shirt ironed and holding a sandwich.
I bet he did now.
Hero Bird saves guy from a $300 speeding fine.
Oh, right on the red place. Tremendous. I love it.
Hey, man, that's the worst case of hives I've ever seen.
Oh, hell.
No, you're not getting another one. Bunch of greedy bastards.
Oh, they are.
Oh, Lego. Oh, even Godzilla hates Legos. Stepping on them is the worst. The only thing that's worse than that, I've come to find out, because my dogs, especially the two ladies, love to chew the top off of water bottles and pop bottles.
Oh.
That's worse than a Lego. They can get really sharp.
Stickle bricks used to be popular as well.
Hey, Google, how do I fucking end my fight right now, please? I opened, sorry, thought was shoes. My bad, Mom.
Yeah, right. That'd be fun.
All right, you can only bring 2 back to life. Who are you going to bring back to life?
I'm gonna go John Lennon, Bob Marley.
How about you folks out there?
Or possibly Hendrix. They were legends in the day.
Bob Marley,
Well,
Ray Charles.
Beethoven, if he was alive today, he'd be like, what the fuck's going on here? Like,
Michael
what
Redfern's like Janice and Kurt.
happened? Kirk, yeah. Yeah.
Man, they really want a Kenny Zap. I'm going to have to create some kind of animation. It's not actually going to zap you.
Lightning bolts coming out.
Oh, I could do that. That'd be easy to do.
You know, if I had the choice, I'd probably bring a lot of them back. You know, they're all talented people in the day.
They're all legends.
Yeah. Freddie Mercury, what a voice.
Mozart.
Elvis.
Who's a mathematical genius?
Elvis Presley.
All right, folks. Can you remember as a kid stomping on the hose that makes the bells ring inside the gas station?
Well, we did not have that pleasure here in our country, so no.
Really? They never had
Yeah.
that in UK.
Yeah.
Just in the States.
Yeah.
They were service stations. It was never self-service. They were service stations. The attendant would come out, fill your tank, clean your windshield, check your fluids.
You used to get guys that used to come out and fill your tank up, but that was it. There was nothing else.
No, man, they would come out and they would like clean your windshield for you and offer to replace your wipers if they were bad. They would check your fluids if you wanted. My dad had a 56 Studebaker that he would pull into the gas station every single day and he would say, fill the gas and check the oil. And just as a joke, he would pull in every once in a while and say, fill the oil and check the gas. The only way to check the gas, because the gauge was busted, was for them to fill that too.
Oh, man, say hello. Oh, say hello. Say hello to the guy in America. Just say hello. God, camera shy daughter.
Aww. My daughter's shy until you put a camera in front of her cell phone, then she's all happy to go lucky to post it everywhere.
She's told the opposite.
But you know what? Millennials living through Y2K, 9/11, a plague, 2 economic recessions, and the possibility of imminent World War III before they hit the age of 40. It's no wonder they're vaping, and some of them are smoking.
And drug taking, and alcoholics, and fucking everything else that goes with it. Jesus.
It's no wonder that we have a 30% depression rate in the country. Okay, what's he singing? Only wrong answers allowed.
Highway to hell.
Mallory's like, we Gen Xers call that Tuesday.
Tuesday.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Baby shark, do 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 do. Let the bodies hit the floor.
We got the right.
She's buying the stairway to heaven.
Beastie Boys. We gotta fight for right to party.
I don't think that's a wrong answer. That might be exactly what he's singing.
Possibly, yeah.
I know what he's not singing. Jim Croce, Time in a Bottle. If I could save time in a bottle, the first thing that I'd like to do.
I think Somewhere Over the Rainbow might be an up one.
Yeah. Or the Hawaiian version of that. Israel Kamako Hua Wada Wada Rua, or whatever his last name is pronounced. That is the most beautiful version I've ever heard sung of that song.
I bet, yeah.
Mike reference is Highway to Hell. Mallory's like Running with the Devil.
I will always
Neil
love
Pitts
you.
is like Mariah Carey's I Will Always Love You.
Oh, I like the Whitney Houston version of Bodyguard. That was a good version.
She's got legs. She knows how to use them.
They talk.
You know, it's all fun and games until these folks get involved. Those in the Appalachian Mountains. The original prohibitionist bootleggers. Ain't no government can tell us what we can and can't do. What, they're going to take our home? All right, we'll go out in the woods. We'll make our shine in the woods. Come find us.
Yep.
You know, if you ever think that your job is pointless, there's a guy in Germany putting turn signals on BMWs.
Totally fucking pointless, I get that. I don't know what that fucking means. Oh, yeah.
And that's Kenny. If anybody needs Kenny, he's going to be living in a van down on the river.
Out on the river. Yeah, that is brilliant.
His old VW camper van.
I would buy that if I had the money. That is class. That is brilliant. What an idea.
Strap on, spelled backwards, is no parts. Until we meet again. And a little bit of reality for you. Grocery prices in 2020 versus 2024. Orange juice has gone up 43.5%. From $3 a gallon to $4.29 a gallon. Cream of mushroom soup went from $1 to $1.50. There's a 50% increase. Gallon of milk now costs almost $5. A pound of bologna also went up from $3 to almost $5. Butter. Actual butter.
$5.49. Jesus. Holy shit.
When you had one job and nailed it.
That's so cool. Get some cunt of pour one out a lot more.
One big difference between men and women is that if a woman says, smell this, it usually smells nice.
Yeah. Also just filthy bastards, not with men.
Kohl's does what? Kohl's staples dicks. At Midtown Park. Every day.
Hell no. Hell no.
Okay, tell me how this makes any sense whatsoever. Uncle Ben's we had to get rid of. Aunt Jemima had to go away. And Land O'Lakes is gone. But we kept the Quaker oatmeal dude. We kept Little Debbie, despite how fat she makes us. And we kept the Sun-Made Raisin woman.
Quaker oats, man. Maybe a bowl of porridge, man. Quaker oats, delicious.
Why does our city keep building roundabouts? The drivers here aren't even good enough at driving in a straight line. And you want to make them go around a roundabout?
That's so true.
Daddy, why was my brother named a Zip? Because a Zipped spelled backwards is pizza. I really loved it at the time. I see. Thanks for the answer. You're welcome, Lana. Whoa! How was she even conceived? Hey, why are Norse women so hot? Because the Vikings didn't bring back the ugly ones.
Probably killed them.
A rare photo of a McDonald's staff member collecting apple pie filling in the 1980s.
That's so true. Jesus.
Before they got sued because their packaging didn't say, contents will be hot.
Yeah, you got third-degree burns off that shit. Put that on.
My boyfriend used to use Dawn dish soap as body wash. And he said, you know what? If it's good enough to fucking clean ducks, it's good enough to clean me.
Well, you know.
Best friends till the end.
Oh, God. Oh.
Delicious.
Dang, yeah.
I have joined the war on drugs. On the side of drugs. Never thought in my wildest dreams I would be saying that in my middle age.
Yeah.
And once again, we have to remind everybody it's been 0 days since the last Australian tobacconist firebombing. And a public service announcement for those of you who like to use Adobe products. They recently changed their terms of service. It has now been updated to clarify that they may access your content through both automated and manual methods, such as for content review. And you cannot own the exclusive rights to products you make using their software, as it may be used by their AI for the betterment of society.
Dad, I think that's rum bastard there.
Not a joke, 100% legit. And I have the fine print for those that want to see it. Right here. If you're using Adobe to edit your videos, the licenses for your content solely for the purposes of operating or improving services and software, you grant us non-exclusive, worldwide, royalty-free, sub-licensable license to use, reproduce, publicly display, distribute, modify, create derivative works based on, publicly perform, and translate the content you make. Have a nice day. Thank you for constantly paying your Adobe monthly subscription to use our software. And you wonder why we use DaVinci Resolve.
Exactly.
Not a joke. For real. You've been warned. Commence forth. Friend, where do you find all these damn memes? Because I've got friends in low places. And I can't sing worth shit today.
Holy moly.
Where the whiskey drowns the sorrow on people's faces. Hey, Mom, what's a conspiracy theorist? Somebody making fairly obvious observations that the government doesn't like is always going to be labeled a conspiracy theorist.
Exactly.
Me watching my friends supporting an abusive government, knowing they see my post every single day. Wonder why the depression rate is so high in this country. Can't figure it out. Dear people who type in all lowercase, we are the difference between helping your uncle jack off a horse and helping your uncle jack off a horse. Sincerely, capital letters.
Say that.
Wife says I never treat her, so I have organized a special treat for her.
Hell yeah.
Mate, I don't think that means what you think it means. Muff wash? I think she's gonna muff wash you out when she gets home. Some days we just need stupid things to make us smile. Like my new rain gutter.
That's absolutely brilliant. I would have that outside me door, definitely.
Anytime I hate my job, I just remember that somebody out there is Majorie Taylor Greene's gynecologist. Things you don't see every day. Holy crap, that's Bigfoot. Holy crap, that's a payphone. Smurf. Remember the Smurfs? Good old Papa Smurf? And there's only one female Smurf? Wow.
Yeah. That's going to be a tough job for her, isn't it?
Don't like my sarcasm? Well, I don't like your stupid house.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody has gone through something that has changed them in a way that they could never go back to the person they once were. It's time for us to face humanity with some grace. Young I was, needed money I did.
The gremlins. I know that's what he is. He's a gremlin.
Yoda is a gremlin, and
Yoda
before
is a
he
gremlin?
got popular, he's a gremlin stripper. Honesty is better than sugar-coated bullshit.
True.
All the time.
Every time.
What the fuck happened here, dude? You recognize that? Wouldn't be Buckingham Palace, would it?
Yeah.
Then and now?
London's all tower blocks and business, isn't it? Jesus.
Wasn't when we were
Wow.
kids.
Yeah. Holy shit.
And paying homage to our last 1984 episode. Fucking hell.
2024.
Didn't
like,
think
what the
that was
hell
coming
happened there?
true.
Yeah. Didn't see that one coming. There you go.
It's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it!
Classic. Yeah. Brilliant film.
This was I can't imagine this. Okay, this is like blew my mind away. Right? We talk about cannabis prohibition, right, and how it's getting legalized all around the world, and how there has been no research on it. It's been forbidden. It's been prohibited. The whole 9 yards, right? How about Henry Ford built a car out of hemp plastic that ran on hemp fuel almost a century ago? Ford's 1941 bioplastic Model T was made of hemp, flax, wheat, and spruce pulp, which made the car lighter than fiberglass and 10 times stronger than steel.
Holy shit.
But it was banned because we banned cannabis.
What you got to do? Lick your car to get high. I turned to watch the car. Jeez.
And I was telling you earlier, right? MASH is owned by Fox. Fox was bought out by Disney, so technically Klinger is officially a Disney princess.
That makes sense. Definitely makes sense.
And that's a fact, Jack. Don't like it? Tough cookies. I'm also sorry to say that that concludes our dad jokes for the week.
It was good. It was good.
I had a lot more dad jokes than I thought I did.
Nothing wrong with that, mate. Nothing wrong with that at all. Absolutely nothing wrong with that at all, mate.
All right, time for a retro vape, and if you want a lube break, now's a good time.
Do it.
Oh, in a land down under, in a galaxy not so far away, Hell Vape created a lovely Fat Rabbit. Beautiful dual airflow design. You had airflow control on the bottom. You had airflow control on the top, which hit the side of the coil. As you can clearly see, we've got our honeycomb airflow design there. There's a quarter turn bottom to remove it. Dual coils with airflow directly underneath there. That was honeycomb in design. And the honeycomb design had just a couple of holes in there for that airflow. So it wasn't quite that honeycomb as it could have been. And then here we have the airflow coming to hit the side of the coils, as this is in here. And it legit hits the bottom half of the deck and directs your airflow upwards. Now, with dual coils, these channels here needed the cotton to be thinned out quite a bit to fit down in here and keep up with the juice flow. But this was a fantastic cloud chucking rebuildable tank. Flavor could be fantastic with it if you played with the airflow enough to get the right balance between side airflow and bottom airflow. So for me, that was about half open on the bottom and just 2 openings right there to give the resistance that I liked. Quarter turn top cap, beautiful big wide kidney chambers for you to fill it up with. Because in order for you to truly enjoy this Fat Rabbit RTA, you had to crank the wattage to those 2 coils to really produce some amazing flavor. So they did come out with the Fat Rabbit Solo, which I didn't get at the time, and I'm kind of regretting that I didn't buy this tank earlier. However, Hell Vape just sent me the Fat Rabbit 2 to review. So I want to compare the Fat Rabbit Solo before I start the review for this one. And that's what our retro vape is for today.
Hey, you're getting all really getting stuff sent, you know. Hey, you're getting all friggin' high society, aren't you? Huh?
It don't happen all that often, mate.
People knocking on your door and say, hey, mate, want to try this? Well, people come like hell, mate.
Actually, you know what? I think the only reason I got their attention was because I left a comment on one of their social media posts about the new one that's coming out. I'm like, man, I would love to review that. Didn't hear nothing for the longest time. Then all of a sudden I got an email the one day and we're like, would you be interested in reviewing our latest product? I'm like, yeah, here's my address. And like I tell everybody, no charge. And I will give you an honest, fair review about it. Simple.
Right. Do right, man.
Which I am really grateful for, because if I were to order it, I think the only place that I've been able to actually get stuff quickly has been E-Cig Mafia. Because when I order from Element, it can take anywhere from a couple weeks to a couple of months for me to get it. Legit. A couple months. I've had an order that it took a couple months for me to get it. Like at that point, it's like, you know, unless I really wanted that product, why am I even getting it? Now we're talking, mate. She's smaller. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, yeah. Not as wide, is it? More
It's not as wide. Same style of airflow. Got 4 holes there. Same slot on the bottom.
I've just ordered a retro vape bag. I'm waiting for it coming. I'll tell you what it is. It is.
All right, what's the deal here?
I have ordered, if you just bear with this, I'll show you this. You're not going to believe the price. Remember that?
There we go. QP Designs.
That came out in 2019.
Yeah.
Right? Now, you're sitting down for the price of this. But that was quite expensive for QP. Wait a minute. Have a look at that.
15 quid.
15 quid. So I have jumped on it.
Oh, hell yeah. Jump on that. 15 quid.
That is bringing it here. Me. With all these colour options, you've got all the different drip tips and beauty rings you can put on. The black one, if I remember correct, was for the menthol and I think the acidic fruit juice, another one that used to break your glasses. I think that was kind of for that one. Obviously, a stainless is for your normal run the vape, but look at the shit you get. 15 quid. The drip tips and the beauty rings are probably worth on their own. You know what I mean?
Oh, hell yeah.
That was out in 2019, I think that was out when it came out. But it just goes to show, you don't have to go for the brand new shinies as soon as they come out. Let them fester for a while. You'll get them for next to out.
That's definitely a bargain.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we go. We've got our slotted airflow on the bottom. And you can put a single coil in either direction. And obviously the kidney holes for filling it up are even smaller.
The thing is, it is a very small deck. Well, that's one thing I've noticed. It's quite a small deck.
That she is.
So would like 2.5 milli diameter coils go better than the 3? I don't know.
No, with that airflow, you could definitely put 3 in there. But I love the fact that it came with bubble glass. Quarter turn top cap comes off beautifully easy. Taking this apart. Of course, it's going to be a little monster. So we're going to insert our tool to get the seal to break. And now it comes right off. Bye-bye straight glass. TPD compliant. Kiss my razoo.
Yeah, that's going to hell.
Buttery smooth threads. You know what? This has come a long way since the first Vape product I've gotten. And the top cap is just gorgeous, so simple and so easy to get on. And, you know, as much as you might want to complain about how hard it is to get the base out, that was always my biggest concern about having a quarter turn base.
Yeah.
To get in and out of here. Because, I mean, that is a full quarter turn.
Well, I mean, you do.
And
need
now
a
that
lot
that's,
of stuff.
you know, that seal's been broken, that comes out really easy. Flathead screwdriver is all you need. Let's see what they included in the box.
Spare glass for a start, or your bubble glass. That was the pro.
So you got yourself a nice little mini screwdriver, spare grub screws, and spare O-rings. And I love the fact, oh, they didn't mark what it was.
That's my only.
They gave you
gripe with the
one
coil.
coil.
Won't tell you what the coil is. That's my only gripe with it. Include coil,
And they gave you a little coil cutting tool that is marked at 5 millimeters. Gorgeous user manual. Multiple languages.
Can you remember when inside the box you got a little sticker? Can you remember when this was a sticker in the boxes?
Yes.
You didn't say that now, do you? It was a sticker on.
Hardly ever. Hardly ever.
I used to love the little stickers I did. Once upon a time.
I had somebody that was making coils email me and want me to, you know, like take their coils, kind of help sponsor the show or whatever. But in order for them to send it to me, I had to agree to use their coils in everything I did until I depleted their coils. And I'm like, no. If it comes with a coil, my initial review will be with that coil. If you send me coils, I will swap out their coil for your coil and compare the two of them. But I'm not only going to use your coils. Sorry. Because some people out there aren't going to ever get your coils. They're going to want to know what the flavor is like on the coils that come with it.
This is it.
What size is in here? That looked a little loose. Do I have a 2.5 on here or 3? 2.5, of course. That's why it's loose.
I need a new one of them. No, the top bit, the threads that's gone on it, it just didn't even screw down anymore. The threads are shot.
Yeah, it's only like 15 bucks retail price.
Yeah, I need that black bit, but the threads are shot on mine. Where's your snazzy tool? You had that big fucking massive thing with a handle that you can use to wipe your coil. There he is. Fucking size of that thing. Fucking huge.
I love it, man.
Jesus.
Holds your coil and everything if you were to bend them, wrap your own.
That's a
and it's
big
so comfortable in the hand. Trying to do it with this little one.
Yeah, it's getting the grip when you're wrapping your coil in it. You need the grip.
For wrapping your coils, that is fantastic. Highly recommend that.
I can see why.
Coil Factory, Germany. Look it up. It's like 18 bucks and plus shipping. So we'll cut them to the specified length that they called for. 5 mil. And I'm going to use my own screwdriver, not the little tiny one. So we got this one and this one. Right? Wrong. This one and this one. Let me zoom you in. Not that much. One of these days I'm going to upgrade that camera. Put it on an actual jig, mount it to the ceiling. and get an actual zoom lens on there instead of the built-in one for my $250 camcorder, which does work kind of pretty good. I shouldn't complain. Oh man, like butter in that hole. Come on, Alex, don't make me put hair around it. All right, just put your finger on it, call it a day. Instead of making things complicated. Where's that squeaky? You probably can't hear that. Tauten that up. Get our coiling rod. Give it a little straightening. Pull it up a little. We centered. Not quite. Scoot it over that way. Too far. All right. Where's my reader? Tab. Ruh-roh. Oh my goodness. Well, that's been a long time since that happened.
Oh.
There she is. I knew she had to be here. We have our Freemax tank still on there.
Cali V2, yeah, another one. That was another cheap one by then. Quite nice.
.31. Love it.
Oh, look. Nice. They've done it in hopefully about 0.3 years.
Come on.
Just give her a strum like a guitar. Just strum it. There you go.
All right, you get your wish.
Yeah,
You got your wish.
You can play Stairway to Heaven on that one if you don't mind. I'd like to hear the guitar solo, please.
I'm gonna have to do that one of these days. Maybe after this summer when I finally get my projects done and it's starting to wind down. Now that my daughter's not here, I'll have to pull out my guitar and actually finish learning how to play it right.
Yeah. Boys, Nick, mine.
Beautiful blue. And that burned in really quickly. No real hot spots. I mean, I had the two outer Claptons touching on this one, and you strummed it. And it worked. Perfect. One time.
Strumming's always the way to go, my friend. Nice and easy.
All right. What am I going to throw on here? My Frusian Juice Company, Southern Peach Double Delight. Mate, I was watching my 500 sub thank you vlog, and I ordered Phil's Watermelon Peach, the #1 selling flavor in the Insulted line. Mate, I either got to order me some or I got to make my own. Because after rewatching that, I'm like, ooh, that was a beautiful, curious flavor. The peach was forefront, and the watermelon was really a subtlety in the background. I think you might even like it.
Oh, I don't know. Peach, then.
Yeah, I know you have an aversion for watermelon, but like I said, it's a subtlety in the background. It's just like, it's an unidentifiable peach out of the flavorings that I've got here. And the watermelon's very unidentifiable because it's even more subtle.
Maybe.
You'll stick with your custards, I know.
I have been very adverse lately. I've been trying lots of stuff. I've just felt that I missed them, that's all, and I had to rejuvenate the custard supply.
And I'm being a cheapskate and legit pulling this whole thing through there like, oh, I can get 3 uses out of that.
Easy. Yeah, waste not, what not.
It's caught, you fuckhead. Why are you spending so much time to pull that through there? Because I got enough to do it 2 more times.
All right, man.
All right, center that in there. That does move the coil a little bit, so we do have enough tension on it. They provided the perfect density of cotton for this.
I wouldn't pack it too much. Might even cut a bit shorter. Do we want to touch?
Well, it's going to get cut shorter. I just wanted to get the bunny balls out. See, like this one right here?
Yeah.
It's just occupying real estate that it doesn't need to. And you can actually see it in here. Like I can see one right here. You might not be able to see it on camera. Yeah, you can see it on camera. Right there. There's a big tuft of it, and there's a tuft of it there.
I've never heard it called bunny balls before, but there you go.
My OCD looks at it and goes, that's bunny balls. What are you, crazy? Get that shit out of there. It's not gonna vape good. Okay, psychopath, shut the fuck up. Can you imagine me if I was bipolar? Multiple personality disorder?
Oh, shit. No.
That would not be a good thing.
Probably already are, you don't realize it.
Solitary confinement in a studio trying to make a YouTube channel might do that to you.
Yep, definitely.
3 years of slave labor. And so far, the channel has made $100 in 3 years.
Yeah, but just think of all the enjoyment you've had. That's it. You know, you can't put a price on pleasure.
Well, the thing that I look at is, how many years did I pay to get 3 master's degrees, right? How much did I pay in tuition, let alone the books and all that other stuff? And how many years of my life did I occupy to get those 3 degrees that are pretty much worthless now because all those jobs are in India? And I refuse to be a hypocrite and go teach at a college about subject matter that nobody here in this country is ever going to use again because AI is replacing India.
Exactly. Exactly. Sir. Everything gets shipped abroad because it gets done cheaper. That's how it works.
Yeah. And did you see the big uproar in India right now is all these people, all these Indian programmers are getting replaced with Indian AI programmers?
Yeah.
Literally all the code's being written by software now.
Yep.
I thought it was bad for information security to have all of the security flaws being called out by software. But that's because software can replicate what a team of 100 information security analysts can't find.
It's not
and
just that,
software can do it in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, but it's automation as well. You can just set that away, it'll just continually do it. You've got nothing to worry about. You just keep doing it itself. You couldn't get a human to do that. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
No breaks. No bitching for a pay raise.
Yep.
No flaws.
Nope. No error, no nothing.
God, that smells so
Awesome, yeah.
good. Oh, you wonder why I bought myself another bottle of it. I'm sorry, but that's the best flattery you can ever give a company. When they send you something, you get introduced to it and you go, shit, I got to buy some of that. I'm going to give them some of my money now.
Oh, yeah.
That is the highest form of flattery for any company out there.
Definitely.
Little spit back. I need to give it a little more wattage, I think, but that is going to be a beautiful vape. And look how the airflow, you can clearly see down through there. But when you look at it from vertically, it's going to channel that airflow right around there. Oh, this is, I'm going to be regretful of the fact I didn't buy this earlier. All right, let's put some on the O-ring. Make it easier to get off later.
Lube the ring. Lube your ring, sir. You need plenty of lube on your ring.
And then wipe the e-liquid off of your fingers. Not because anything bad's gonna happen, because you don't want it to become a fingerprint magnet. Oh, like butter. The tolerances on this one are way better than they are on this one.
That's what you want with the bigger V2. You want all the little flaws of the first one to be corrected, don't you? That's the plan, anyway.
Oh. There we go. I haven't done this one in a while. Aegis Max.
Oh, it's all Aegis Max.
Brick City Vapors, North Homestead, Ohio. I think is where I bought that one. Oh, look at that. Do you want to set up a new coil? Old, 0.441. New, 0.352. Yes. 21 watts, not enough. 55. 0.35. We'll work our way up.
Oh, you may have to crank it a bit. Put down with that.
Well, we'll see what kind of airflow it has. I mean, 0.35. I normally run the other stuff at 0.17 at 65 watts. All right, 55.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was saying before. I keep going by it. All right. And the battery's half full, so it's not going to get a true hit. Strawberry swirl. Yeah. Fantastic. I'm going to show you the recipe early, as soon as we get done with this one. Oh, dumbass. How about you fill a tank up? What?
Yeah, you need to put
I'm
something
so
in it.
eager to try it out. I don't even have a tank filled.
What are you like?
Squeeze it away.
You must be getting low because the bottle's getting full of air, so you must be running low.
So I bought another one. Okay. Oh, didn't even lube those O-rings up, and it's still like butter. All right, let's airflow adjust this. Oh. There's some looseness to the base of this now that there's e-juice on that O-ring. This might have to be one of those ones where I wipe off the O-ring.
A little bit too much.
Yeah. No, too much. That's right. If this vapes beautifully, it'll be worth it. like everything else. You buy yourself a new car, or even a new car to you. There's little intricacies with every vehicle you own. And it takes a while to learn all of them. Where the switches are for things. All right, maybe I lubed one set of rings and not the other. Can I lube this airflow to come off? No.
I think maybe still gonna get that one.
Let me put some on the airflow chamber and lube that one up too. Good to find out about it now. Then when you've used it for a while and you go to adjust it and the thing falls apart and there's juice all over everything. All right, let's just get it open. Don't spill the tank, bozo. All right.
Oh, I love this thing.
I pulled mine out last week and I'm like, I need to order some more mesh for this. Or I could try and cut down some of the ones I got.
I've got the mesh in this, it's just out of this world. Oh.
You know what? Wide open. That's not half bad. Savage62, hello and welcome.
Hi, Simon. How you doing, mate? double, super full. You happy with that one, then, mate?
Flavor's phenomenal on this. 55 watts. It got crackle out the wazoo.
I'll pop it a bit.
Let's turn down a little bit. See if that increases the saturation. I turn the wattage down a little bit. Go like 50 watts. Turn the airflow just a hair down on the sides. That's 4 holes. Go down to 2. Go to 3 holes.
This is 0.32, wasn't it?
0.35.
43.7 watts is your optimal voltage according to that. I think might be a bit cold, but if you want a cool vape, 37 watts. If you want a middle of the road vape or vape, it's 43.7, and if you want a slightly warm one, it's 50.4. 43.7. I don't know.
Let me cut both of them down a quarter.
Sounds a bit crackly, like.
Beautiful, fantastic, wet, saturated vape. But I'm trying to get the flavor as good as the Arbiter 2. I can get the Arbiter 1 as good as the Arbiter 2. They'll have different volume of air moving through it.
Yeah. How are you doing like a 2 restricted though, there?
Yeah, but that's changed like everything else over time. When I was first vaping, I was like, I love that wide open airflow. All my tanks are wide open all the time. The only time I turn the airflow down is if I needed to increase the flavor saturation potential of it. But you could find the proper wattage for full airflow easily. You know, you just do a little adjustment here or there. Savage62 wants to know if you're available on Sundays. Are you still delivering Chinese on Sundays? With your new bus driving job.
And at the moment, I am free on Sundays, sir. I just do that, sir. You can let us know. Let me know. Send us some details, whatever. You can have both one if you want. We'll both test
Let me
the
swap
shit
out the
of you.
battery.
I'll look it up, mate. I'll look it up.
We are headed to camp this weekend.
Yeah.
Thank goodness. I got new sensors for the hot water heater. There's a thermal limiter in there, and then there's an over limit safety switch that's in there. They're all original to that hot water heater.
Oh, I've just found a new air hole for the type. I've never ever tried these ones. It's very nice.
Oh, you can customize the airflow on that. Oh,
I've gone with that one. See that big oval? I've gone with that. That is really nice. The flavour's pounding through with that one. Ooh. Why have I never tried that before? I've always went with the slots. I've never tried the whole. Why? Why have I never done that? You love it. That's really nice.
that is damn good. And it's not that. It is as damn close as you can get to the Blaze Solo. It is a single coiler, so maybe my expectations of flavor are a little unrealistic. Trying to get it as good as the Arbiter 2. Maybe my memory of the Arbiter 2 isn't as good. I might have to sit there and pull that off the shelf and wick that up, or steal the one off my wife, which needs probably re-wicked anyway.
It's still a good tank job to do. Just the airflow's a bit tighter on it, that's all. But it's still a damn good tank.
Listen, man, if you can find this on clearance somewhere and it's not full retail price, this is one to add to the collection. This is gorgeous. It doesn't feel like a solo coil, rebuildable.
Ah.
It's got the airflow you could have of a dual coil, and you could push the wattage in it.
To be honest, I don't really have a lot of single coil stuff yet.
I love the single coils, especially when you put it on a single 21700 mod like this. Because when you put dual coil on here, this thing might get you to half a day. Which is, I mean, no big deal. You swap the battery out, whatever. But if I can have a single coil, 0.37, instead of a dual coil at 0.16, I'm going to get twice the life out of this battery.
And obviously still got a damn good vape out of it.
And if this falls over, it's not going to break the glass. I don't need to put a cock ring on it.
I don't know, when you've got a camp, you can break anything, mate. I'll definitely, if you take that to camp, get yourself a break.
Oh, at camp, yeah. I'll drop it out on the gravel or something, bust the glass.
Yeah.
But that's what I got, cock rings. I can slap one on there, and I don't care what it looks like. As long as the vape's good. And with the quarter turn top cap, feeling it's going to be a piece of cake, this might be the perfect thing. Having a beer in one hand and this in the other. It's in front of the campfire.
You're
done really good there, Hell Vape. Fat Rabbit Solo. I love it more than I do the original Fat Rabbit.
There's Dusty County Roots. Have you ever tried single coil in your arbiter yet? It's an arbiter too. Single coiler.
Yes, I did. I put 3.5 or a 4 millimeter in there. I think a 4 millimeter. I was having trouble with the top. I had to make sure that it was short enough. But yeah, I have done that. The flavor isn't as good as dual coil though, a dual 3 millimeter. The difference is very minute. So, I mean, if I was more worried about battery percentage than anything else, but
I tend to find that if you RD whatever is built for dual coil that it performs better, by all means, stick it to it. The only thing that I found benefit to it from a single coil was the Blotto. That was the only one I've really found that was probably better with a single coil than the dual. All the other ones, the dual, that's the dual.
mate, I bought miniature drill and miniature drill bits. I was going to drill out the Blotto. Sorry, Bogan, but just doesn't have enough airflow.
Yeah.
It's perfect with 2.5 millimeter coils in there. You can get it close. But I don't like my shit that restricted. Bogan and Mike Vapes likes their stuff restricted compared to other people. Even looking at Mike Vapes products, most of them had way too little airflow for my full satisfaction at the time. Would I enjoy them right now after doing this, for multiple years? Yeah. But then it's because of how much I've been using these little disposables lately. Trying this one out, trying that one out, trying to kill it. I'm like, what?
You're kind of getting used to the tighter airflow, haven't you?
I didn't believe my wife when I'm like, have you been using just this one for the last 2 weeks? She's like, yeah. I'm like, 40% left. And it's been in boost mode. Somebody left a comment on my video and they were like, it went down to 80% in 2 days. Should I be worried? I'm like, it depends on how much you're using it and whether you're running it at 14 watts or 28 watts. If you're running at 28 watts and it's down to 80% in 2 days, no, I wouldn't worry about it. You probably got another 6 or 8 days left of it before you kick it at 28 watts.
Yeah.
But if you were running it at 12 watts, you could easily get that a month out of it. Easy.
Well, yeah, I mean, that kind of work is easy.
My wife was using it at 24, 26 watts. I think when she first opened it, it was at 24. And then when I played with it the one day, I'm like, listen, you can adjust the wattage. She's like, you can? She's like, no, I like the boost mode because when I go out on a break, I just want to take a couple big drags of it, look on my phone, check for any messages, and then get back to work. I'm like, okay. I'm the kind of person when I breathe my vape in, I like to hold it there. I'm frugal. I don't want to waste it. Why am I going to blow out all this beautiful vape out into the room?
Yeah, it's everyone's own, you know what I mean? Some people do like to save it, you know what I mean?
Yep.
And for Titan, fucking hell, I'm literally hot box in this room. I've got the window open.
Wow. And that's 3 milligram in there. Because the flavor's so good on this, it's just like it was for my Orange Julius. I put that in the tank before it was ready. And every day it just kept getting better and better. And I'm like, next thing I know, the bottle's like down to here. And I'm like, oh, might as well finish it off.
As you do. As you do.
And then I went and put this one in there. The Luscious Strawberry Swirl Clone. That strawberry flavor popped right away. And I was like, I switched to that right before we had dinner. And then after dinner, it was just a beautiful strawberry milk. And I'm like, oh, I get why people love strawberry milk now. When you find one that's got the right cream in it and the perfect balance of a nice punchy strawberry. It's just like Nesquik. Strawberry forefront flavor and then a nice creamy mouthfeel and finish.
I can do that. I can do that.
Wow. I truly regret not ordering that sooner. I should have ordered it sooner.
It's probably because you, like you said, when the first one dumped the shit out, you probably went, nah, I'll take a wide berth for a while. You do this, don't you, with some of them?
Where the heck is it? Well, let's see. Well, we're on episode 22 now. So it should be 7 recipes back. Plus or minus. There it is. There it is. There she blows, Captain. Luscious strawberry swirl clone. Acetylpyrazine, yellow cake, marshmallow, meringue, strawberry ripe, super sweet, sweet strawberry, and vanilla swirl. Oh. 5 out of 5. Banging.
It's still a bargain now. There you go. There you go. That's how much it is now over here. 25 quid. That rabbit solo.
Gorgeous. Well worth it.
That's chips. That's cheap as chips, that. Very cheap.
Definitely well worth it.
Might have a look, sir. Might have a look.
I am really now looking forward to starting the review for this one, the Fat Rabbit 2. And I'm going to take both of these on our camping weekend.
Oh my God.
I'm going to leave the Arbiter at home. And I'm going to pull out that Steam Crave one that I got sent to me. And that's going to be my backup. The Maison, I believe.
The dude that Fat Rabbit and Rainbow, no.
I love that stainless steel finish.
Blue looks nice.
Yeah? Got a nice blue mod to throw it on.
Oh. I'll show you. It looks really nice. There you go. There's the blue one.
Oh, that's gorgeous. That would go really well on this one. We did as our retro.
Yeah. Oh, that would
the glow.
Fantastic.
It's a Gelly glow.
And now you can get like a matte black, get a matte full black, you get gunmetal, you get gold, which I think is a bit in your face, and you get that horrible colour. God, that looks hideous. You get the lovely blue.
You know, my experience with the rainbow is you never know exactly what you're going to get. Very few of them actually come with the full assortment of rainbow colors. A lot of them are like more greenish. Some of them are more purplish.
That one
It's very rare to get one that's truly balanced like that picture.
Got like a lot of green on the bottom, haven't you?
Yeah, green transitioning to pink and red, and then purple on the top. A little bit of blue in there.
Ooh, ooh.
Ooh, look at that.
What
Times
is that?
Vape Dreamer Clutch. Mechanical tube mod. $60.
£60 from 80. Oh. This is it. I'm no good on these sites. You know, when you put me on these sites, I just go, oh, I need to spend. That's tremendous, isn't it? Oh.
There goes my allergies.
Brass. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. See, I'm going to be sitting on this website now looking like, oh.
Thank you, Pam.
Got the SX Mini IPV V200 box mod for 30 quid. Oh, that's cheap. Yeah. Oh, the 200 watt friggin' output, no? Oh, that's nice.
I'm just flabbergasted by this peach. There's none of that harshness to the peach that I've experienced so many times before. It's just a beautiful, sweet peach. And there's other flavors in here too. Some raspberry hints, some blueberry hints.
Holy moly. Jesus, that's
You know,
expensive.
there's strawberries on the packaging or on the label, but I don't get the strawberry out of this.
Would you pay the money for that? Oh,
No.
that's beautiful. 253 quid. Jesus Christ. Vicious
No.
hand.
They're out of stock
No.
anyway.
It was. I'm just saying though, just even if it was there, would you for what, a DNA 75? Nah. Holy
Maybe if it came in tread plate.
Yes, that's an idea.
If it came in tread plate and had a DNA board in it, maybe. Maybe I'd spend $200. I didn't spend $250 on my stabilized wood mod. My Ultroner Gaia.
Tell you what, that's a bargain. 200
Oh.
bucks, SXT.
That sure
30
is.
quid.
30 quid for an SX Mini?
Yeah. Yee-hee. And we but it's so good over here, mate, honestly. It's
Yeah.
so good, it's so good. Tell you what it is.
Knock on wood, I hope the prohibitionists don't get their foothold in the UK.
I think the Tories will. A bunch of
I honestly think that, you know, these prohibitionists are eventually going to come for it all. But, see, they have something running against them. It's called time. The longer vaping's around, the more people quit smoking. Eventually it's going to get to the point where they're like, you really have no purpose in life anymore. You were supposed to eliminate smoking. You didn't do it. Technology came along and did 10 times better job than you ever did. And people enjoy it. Hippie's knee replacement. I saw pictures post knee replacement and he looks good. I don't know whether he's getting around or not.
I wish him all the best.
I honestly think that Hippie's doing a lot better than Apathy Miller is.
Yeah.
He posted pictures on Twitter and Facebook after a surgery. He said he wouldn't wish this on his worst enemies. This was more painful
God.
for him than when he was in a car accident. He had, I guess, spinal surgery.
It's like recovery time as well, you know, that's the bit, you know, your physio and all that stuff. It's like, wow. Holy shit, man. Oh, there's lots of stuff on here that's very cheap. You need to stop. Stop!
Oh, come on there, mate. I gotta zoom in so you don't see the... Look at what Vic posted. Ivan.
Oh.
Bic, not Vic. Bic. He's gonna get so mad at me for calling him Bic. Vic.
Oh, God, it's how dare you? Oh, the pipe.
Look
one.
at that.
Yeah.
A DNA 60 pipe. I thought those were fake. I've never seen a pipe vape.
Oh,
I could get
seen
into
a
that.
couple of them, yeah. Oh, you're sitting like a gent there. You go. You'll have to get yourself.
I could get into that.
Deal with all that shit. That's awesome. Yeah, they've been out. Why then the pipe ones have been them quite a while ago.
There you go.
I don't know what they are price-wise. I don't know if they're very expensive or they're not expensive.
Ow!
Ooh. Oh, that's a good one.
Ow.
That's his chest, isn't it? Has he had heart
Yes.
surgery? That's his chest,
Open
isn't it?
heart surgery, 2 bypasses.
Holy moly. Oh, I hope he gets I hope he gets well soon. I hope he gets better soon.
Definitely. Definitely wishing him the best.
They'll take that sauce to gun. Gotta be careful.
And see if I can find him real quick since I'm having a brain fart.
Well then.
Where is he? No, I asked to look at my friends list, not people who I might know. So annoying. That isn't all my friends.
Not a problem.
No, I don't want to see the friends request. I want to see all my friends. Why do they make it so hard for you to see things that you should already know?
Exactly. Bullshit. It's horseshit, my friend.
What a joke. Then you can sit here and scroll for hours and not find anything that you've seen before. And then other times you get on there and all that you see is stuff you've already seen before.
In the arse,
Whatever. So that was a wonderful recipe, and so is this one here.
Oh, the orange.
I did not wait the 14 days to enjoy that. Yes, the juicy orange was completely missing most of the time that I was enjoying this, but by the time I got almost down to the bottom of the bottle, that orange was perfectly balanced with the cream. Gorgeous.
Now you know why I'm not a mixer. I just can't fucking wait to. But I take to be making some more.
Here's my updated flavor stash. I'm now up to 562 flavors. Go ahead, call me a greedy prick. It's appropriate at this point.
No, you've got to speculate to accumulate, as they say.
My problem is it's kind of like with vaping. When you find the ideal thing that you want to be your all-day vape all the time, and then the company goes out of business. And it's like, I found the perfect recipe and the one company quit selling the one flavor and now I have to substitute it out for something else and nothing tastes as good as it did when I used that one brand. Rainbow Zebra Gum? What? It's just fruity, super concentrated wonder flavors.
One shot. It's basically a one shot, isn't it?
It's a one shot. Hey man, there ain't nothing wrong with one shots. And I'm not even gonna do this today. I'm just gonna create the recipe. We're gonna call this our strawberry Jack. We'll make a little one. I'm just gonna do a 3. Add our flavor. It's literally called Jack.
Makes sense. It's called Jack.
Jack Fanta Pazzo flavor art. Super sweet.
Oh, the magic recipe. The good old super sweet.
Job done. Recipes don't need to be complicated to taste delicious.
I've got a few like single flavours there. I mean, Christ. What's that? 0.5 for that? I like that vanilla swirl. I think you said some from flavours. I think it is. That's gross. Absolutely love that stuff.
Might as well grab 2 of them. Because I want to make that Toblerone.
Toblerone. Tastes the chocolate, doesn't it? So,
All right. I'm going to put the bottles. Put that on there. Tear it out. How's our camera placement? Sucks. There you go.
Tell you what, I have noticed recently is with this computer, like I think with my old setup, I'm sure you took like a check on the CPU usage, and the CPU was quite high, the usage. My CPU now is hitting something like between 0.7 and 1% now with this. But it used to be higher than that. Loving it. Loving it. Absolutely loving it.
I'm just sit here and smell this all day. I don't need to make any liquid.
Just sniffle it. Sniffle liquid. Sniffle liquid. Sniffle liquid.
I know. He told me. Paul told me you gotta waft it past you. Don't just stuff it up your nose. It's not cocaine.
It could be.
You're not having a party with Hunter Biden. Stop shoving it up your nose and squeezing the bottle. All right. So 5% for a 10 ml bottle is going to be half a gram.
Hell.
It's flavor art, dude. Ultra concentrated. There you go.
Good enough.
Oh, that tastes delicious already. 0.05. You're right. Good luck.
It's like 4.5.
Whoa! I went over. One drop too many.
What the hell?
PG. Since we only have 5% flavoring, 5.5 with the super sweet, we need to add 2.23 grams of PG.
I'm thinking, yeah, it's only a 10 ml bottle. I'm thinking, geez, these amounts are minuscule.
Yeah, the bottle's actually, I think, 15. So I could make 15, but it's like I want to have room in there to shake the heck out of it.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to decide whether it's worth making 120 ml bottles of it or a 60 ml bottle.
Just sample that, shall we see it?
The joys of having dogs. Get dog hair and everything.
Everywhere.
All right. Last but certainly not least, we need 8.8 grams of our lovely vegetable glycerin of choice. And even if this is a shake and vape, it will still taste better after 24 hours. You need to find the right amount of time for it to reach equilibrium in the solution.
time.
Technically, there's no such thing as a shake and vape. Can you vape it? Sure. Can you accurately evaluate that flavor after a shake? No. You can get an idea of it, but that's about it. Look, mate, no more crinkly saran wrap.
See that, folks? You're not just for me.
I dropped
Now
the
you drop
lid.
the lid.
Not going after it. Opening up the jar and getting another one.
I just
And
think
you get
you have a
two of them
time
out.
Yeah, all the lids you're gonna find in all them years, you have a good clean up.
Well, actually, I do clean the contents in here at least every 2 weeks. Most of the time, every week. This room gets cleaned more than my living room. I'm embarrassed to say. But I'm never in my living room. The only time I'm in there is when we sit down and eat dinner. Watch our show for the evening before we go to bed.
Nothing wrong with that, mate. Nothing wrong with that. I think the trend over here is where people got TV in their bedroom now and just walk up upstairs and watch TV in bed anyway.
All right.
You put that fella on.
The Bushido.
Oh, the lovely little Bushido.
I love my Bushido.
That little
It'll
fella
sell
is
you
still in
cotton.
my rotation.
Wonder who sent me this.
Still in my rotation. Yeah. It was kind of like, what do you send a vapor who's got everything? Like,
You know, I didn't want to tell my mate. The truth.
yeah, exactly. I had a feeling you already have it. Like, what
This
the
is the
hell?
only reason I even got turned on to that is because the wife was going to buy hair coloring for a client that she was doing, and which is actually my daughter-in-law. And while she was there, she's like, "Ooh, I wonder if this would be good for vape." She's like, "It's only like $5. That's a lifetime supply of cotton."
Pretty much. It's not bad. Like, I mean, I use that. That was all right.
All right, so let's take a half. See if we can. Yeah, it's like threading a needle. You gotta cut off the end.
Get in, you little motherfucker. Good luck.
Get the other tweeters. Come on. Get in there.
You shredded it.
Too much.
You shredded it. You shredded
Too
it.
much. I always forget this thing's only got a 2.5 millimeter coil in it.
Yeah, man. There you go. Gotta be it. There you go.
Glorious. Wada bing. Get down in there. One side looks pretty, the other side doesn't. Don't care. Still gonna taste delicious.
Nobody can see it anyway, mate. Let's put the cap on.
Baba drop, you need cleaned anyway. This was sold to me as the ugliest mod you will ever own. I still disagree with it. That ain't half bad.
What?
DNA reference mod. Used in numerous scientific studies, purchased by universities. Definitely going to be good enough for me. And my shake and vape Strawberry Jack.
It still smells good.
Did you change the coil? Yes.
Many occasions.
Did you connect a half ohm coil? Yes. Did you connect a half ohm coil? Yes. Push the middle button, doofus. Not the fire button.
God's sake, yes, I did. This could be a good one off the shake.
I think I need a little bit more. I don't know. Let's try it.
What did you try?
35 watts, half an ohm. Open the air hole, dumbass. Okay, so it definitely isn't ready to be vaped yet. I am getting a definite strawberry candy. It is not sickeningly sweet with only 0.5% in there. It is truly recognizable as a piece of strawberry candy, and it also has the characteristic of, like, that Strawberry Jack has a cream filling on the inside, a creamy strawberry, not creamy, a liquid strawberry center.
Right.
So when you, like, suck on it for a while and you end up chewing enough to crack it open, you get a little bit of that oozing strawberry flavor. Hang on. I need to let this sit for a day before I truly evaluate it, whether that 5% is enough, and then come back again next week and say, are we making a big bottle of this or a massive bottle of this?
Massive bottle. Half a litre.
Wow. Totally different strawberry experience than this. This is a strawberry milk with punchy strawberry notes, just like Nesquik. This, on the other hand, is a beautiful Strawberry Jack.
More. Give me more.
Give me more. And now that I've flooded that deck in here, the beautiful thing about that checkmark airflow system, it doesn't leak even when it's completely flooded.
Oh, shit. Hang on.
It is literally gurgling. The airflow in this is literally gurgling, which accents that whole strawberry candy flavor even more. Wow. I need to actually change the coil in this. I think I've dry burned this one too many times. Oh, is that delicious? And you could double the sweetener in there, go to 1% sweetener if you really want more of a candy flavor. A candy flavor sweetness, I should say. The level of sweetness you would find in candy. But as a vape, as a beautiful strawberry vape, that's perfect, just the way it is. One ingredient, a little bit of sweetener, job done.
I've disappeared. What the fuck? Where have I gone? What the fuck's name's going on there?
Oh, roommate. Hey, man, you're not supposed to applaud him not being here. That's kind of rude, don't you think?
Nah, thanks for that.
Actually, that was the automation. Sorry, mate. Hey! How you doing?
I just went on to my video and it said disabled video. And what the fuck? Why is it disabled in the video?
Yeah, I saw that little icon and it said disabled video. There's a big red thing on there. I clicked on that and you came back. You came back to life. Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall and we put him back together.
What on earth? You know the other week when I was saying I had my voice meter wasn't coming in when Windows started up. Windows fucking disabled it from the startup program. Why? I haven't fucking done that. Windows disabled it from startup. What the fuck? So I had to go in, and now everything's happening. But it did disable it. I went, yeah, having a laugh. Yeah.
Oh, that's the other thing we didn't talk about in the news. I was so jumbled with all the other stuff I wanted to talk about. Is YouTube's on a fucking mission again to ban us all?
Oh, well, they do it every once in a while. They start sending you warnings about this video is age restricted. This fucking happens. I've had a few over the last few weeks. Age restricted.
I got notification that my videos were taken down because of a link that was spam. You know what the link was to? South African Vaping Association. There's nothing wrong with the link. Nothing. Contested it. However, Daniel, DGLSB Vapes, hasn't been so lucky. He's had a bunch of videos taken down for regulated goods.
No shit. Jesus.
And he legit copied and pasted from when he took the test you're supposed to take on how to mark stuff. I don't know. I haven't been unfortunate enough to deal with that yet. But in the section it says, this is what classifies as a regulated good. When you put a link to something that, you know, is either age gated or something like that. But a nicotine vape, as a product review, you can do it. They might age gate it, depending on what it is, popularity or whatever reasoning they have for it. But it is allowable content. He's like, why is this being marked as regulated goods?
Oh shit, man, isn't it?
It's put in the same category as like handguns and weapons and like drug paraphernalia, like, you know, smoking a doobie and having a bowl.
You know, on the other side of the coin, there's loads of videos of people rolling them up and saying, oh, this is good shit and all this. And you're like, okay, why aren't you getting banned? Hypocritical, my friend.
I truly don't understand it.
Hypocritical bullshit.
And they kept telling you that, you know, look at this and look at this. Here's our guidelines. This is where you violated the guidelines. And they're like, what part of the video violated it? Well, we can't tell you that. What?
But the thing is, they keep changing the fucking rules all the time. That's the problem. You got in on.
The irony of this is, Kenny, the irony of this whole situation is Daniel uses the exact same format for all of his videos.
Yeah.
He's got a template he starts out with. He literally scripts the entire thing out, and then that can be uploaded to his webpage because it's the exact lowdown of what happens in the video.
Yeah.
And then he adds the editing effects to give it that polished perfection that, you know, DGLSB has always done.
Definitely, yeah. Hey, hang on. I think we do them
and DIY or Die got a bunch of the same things on his stuff. Regulated goods. He's like, what is regulated? These are flavors.
Yeah, I heard he got it.
So now he's banned the N-word from his channel. Like, you know, we talk about it as secret sauce.
Yeah. Crazy, man. Crazy, innit? Fucking done. But anyway, before you get on to your next little doodah, I'm going to have a quick lube break. So I should be 2 shakes, my friend. Literally 2 shakes. Don't anybody dare say if you're 2 shake, man. I'll be coming back and hammering you.
2 dozen shakes. Comes back with a smile on his face. We'll know why. All right. So we're going to take a look at this Tyrone. It's going to be the next one we're going to mix up. There you go. There's the beautiful Toblerone. Oh. Look at that delectable, delicious flavor. Here's homemade. Man, if this thing tastes like that, I'm going to be floored. Like, this would be the perfect chocolate ingredient. You know, I've tried using double chocolate in some recipes, and it just destroyed the recipe. Just did not like competing with it. Where's the description? I want to find a description of it. Swiss chocolate goodness. Go ahead, accept the cookies, whatever. I don't have a choice. I want to see it. I gotta have to accept it. What's the point in this notification process? It's kind of like plain packaging. Doesn't actually accomplish anything. Except make more work for the manufacturer. Or make more work for the web developers to create these pages. We have no choice. We either accept it or we don't get to see what's on the web page. What a joke. So Toblerone is a Swiss chocolate brand owned by Mondelez International, originally Kraft Foods. It is produced in Bern, Switzerland, and Toblerone is known for its distinctive shape as a series of jointed triangular prisms and letter engraving in the chocolate. Delicious. All right. So now the secret to this whole thing, our last recipe was Jack. Right? Flavor Art Jack was a strawberry Jack candy. Right? This one. Oh, no. This is the wrong one. Which one is it? Oh, man. I talked about the wrong thing. I got the wrong flavor. This flavor here. Another passion of mine. Cannoli flavor. Look at this. What a beautiful, delectable, delicious flavor pastry from Italy. Excuse me, dog. We're in the middle of a show. And this lovely flavor is available from Flavor Art as Pazzo Joker. Come on. You don't see my face. Come on. Pazzo Joker flavor, otherwise known as Joker Burlone Cannoli.
That's back. I think we've got a problem. We've got a problem outside.
What's that, mate?
I think we've got a rat infestation, my friend.
Uh-oh.
Got like a step out. We've seen the odd rat running around, and like we've got like a yard because obviously we live in like a city type thing. We've seen the odd one running around because obviously the old back lanes, they're just dirty twats out there, and they're just little with shit and garbage and everything, and the rats are loving it. But we've had one running about the yard, and the dogs try to get it, obviously. But under our step, Ben's done a video, you can hear them squealing under the step. I'm thinking, that's not good. Obviously, when you've got pets, putting poison down is a big risk, isn't it? Down the pest control, I think.
I was mistaken. It's not Toblerone. It's Tyrone.
Tyrone? Ah.
Aww. Don't get me wrong. I'm not that disappointed because I do love Tyrone.
Ah. It's like a nugget, isn't it? Like more like a nugget with nuts in it.
Yes. Which I love. I've had this before, but it's not the Toblerone I thought it was.
Yeah, the chocolate bar.
And this Joker that I thought was our Toblerone is actually cannoli flavor.
Oh, shit. Oh,
so this week it's going to be a 3-for-1 for random recipes. We're doing 3 single ingredient recipes. Essentially, we're getting the single flavor testing out of the way and enjoying a delectable one shot. Because I've been told that all 3 of these flavorings are good as one shots. Could they be accented with other flavorings and creams and custards? And yes. But on a pinch, shake and vape, you're off and running.
Well, this is actually a good one for me because, like I say, I've got some flavors that I would like to try as a single shot. So, in the education, I've got that vanilla swirl. I'm going to try it on its own. So, there you go.
Yeah. And if you had this cannoli and you love cannolis, you could add the vanilla swirl to the cannoli to give it more of a vanilla pop.
I've got Bavarian cream. That's just came.
All right. So we got our strawberry jack. We'd mix that one up. Delicious. Yeah, it's going to be a 5-star flavor for me.
You like that.
And create another recipe.
You're going to make a big bottle of that, aren't you? Pretty much.
We'll call this a one shot. And we're going to add Joker. Same thing we did before. Exact same thing. Save. There's our lovely one shot, single recipe, single flavor, e-liquid. Bada bing, bada boom, baby.
What you making? A 10 ml bottle, yeah?
Yep. Cannoli flavor.
It's an odd one, but you know.
You love cannolis?
Yeah, I like nugget. I mean, we had like a UK version. It was like a white nugget, I'd imagine like a strawberry nugget, because it's like white and pink, and it had the nuts inside it, which was quite
You
nice.
guys have all those fancy patissiers and stuff. You don't even have bakeries. You have patissiers.
Yeah.
These are straight from Italy.
Your gift
The
box
cannoli.
this year is going. Your gift box this year is going to be fuck all vape guys. It's going to be a food hamper.
It's going to go both ways, except I want to smuggle in some alcohol for you.
It's going to be a food hamper.
So we got our bottle. Here's our Joker, our cannoli flavor. This one's going to have to sit. I'm not going to try this one today. I'm going to wait a week to try this one because of the creams in there and because of that crepe, that fried crepe that the creams are shoved into.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a stinner. Smells good.
Whoa. Holy cow. That smells exactly like a cannoli.
Wow.
The fried crust in that cannoli and that refrigerated cream that's on the inside, perfectly balanced in the scent of this flavor. Wow. That would be a perfect cannoli base. And then you can add to the creamy mouthfeel of it. You can add little chocolate nuggets that they sprinkle on the ends of it to give a hint of that. You can put some white chocolate in there to give it that luscious mouth feel. The chocolate and cream, that refrigerated cream gives you.
Sounds good.
But this would be the base for the entire recipe. Okay. The actual weight of this is different. We're only on 0.5 grams, 5% for the Joker instead of 0.53. So this is a more viscous, heavier ingredient than the other one.
More richness, isn't it? That's the word for it. More richness.
Yeah. Oh, man. We're spoiled for choice. That's what this all boils down to. Let's be honest.
Oh,
Spoiled
tell
for
you,
choice.
you're ruined. You absolutely ruined me. You've got everything. You're ruined.
0.05. Let's see if we can get that. Yeah, right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boop. Way over. That's double. We're 1%, not 0.5%. Sorry. Not sorry.
That still might be nice. Not a little bit extra sweet.
Sorry, not sorry. 1.92 grams of PG.
Oh, no, it was super sweet. I was like, yeah, I'll have an extra cup. Always. Love it.
Close enough. $8.8.
The cheese is good as it smells then. Wow.
Lovely. Now I need some labels.
Yeah, did you label another bottle up? I can't remember if you did or not.
I should have left a small label in there.
Oh,
We're on 22, 23. I don't remember what episode we're on. 22.
Wow.
Uh-oh. Bonehead pulled the wrong template. Massive label for a little tiny bottle. Done. Print. Are you sure you want to print? No, I just told you to print for the heck of it. I'm just joking.
Yeah, God. I'll just press the button to see what you do. Print, you bastard.
I sit here and complain about that for the longest time. I wish they would let you change certain settings without having to change it before you open the software.
Automation, my friend, automation.
There's Joker, there's Jack, and the last one that we need to mix up today is the one I was originally looking forward to, but it really wasn't what I was looking forward to. Tyrone. What? Is it really that potent? 0.5%? Maybe. This certainly doesn't smell like a nougat with nuts. Holy cow. Okay. I'm going to take your suggestion. I might have to bump it up and play with it a couple times. That is really, really super concentrated. Does not smell like nougat or nuts at all.
Wow.
We seriously making a recipe with only 1% flavoring? What?
Holy shit.
I'll try it. And I'll keep adding 0.5% to it until I get the flavor I'm expecting. But that's the first time that's ever happened to me. Let me go back real quick. I'm gonna check what the notes are on this. What do people say about the notes on this? 2 to 3% preferred single flavor, 2%. So it's definitely not 5. Tastes like soft, chewy nougat of honey, almond meal, egg white, and some citrus zest. Even if you do not like the actual candy, like I don't, this flavoring might appeal to you for the fruit nut recipes. Use 2 to 3% Tyrone and add 1 or 2 fruit and nut or nut flavors. Mandarin walnut Tyrone is an excellent combination. Mild, sweet, juicy, complex, tasty enough to vape for hours on end. Interesting. Everybody's at like 2%, 1%. No, Bandwheel says 0.5%. So I'm going to start off low because once it's in there, you can't take it out. So I'll mix it up at 0.5%. We'll let it sit. We'll give it a try. And we can always bump up the flavor. And that's part of the single flavor testing process anyway. You find the ideal percentage, go up 1 or go up 2. And then make another one where you went down 1 or 2. And see what the variability is in that flavoring. And does it change as it's ultra concentrated or weak in the recipe? Preferred single flavor mix at 10%. I don't understand that. You can have an outlier here or there. Oh, go 5. 5. Push it really hard. Okay. 10%. As pungent as that is on the nose, I can't imagine what that would taste like at 10%. It's not like whipped cream. Let's just say whipped cream. When we were first told to try 10%, I'm like, it's cream. Okay, how bad could it be? And it was fantastic. Nevins was 100% right on that. All right, so we're making it exactly the way we created the recipe there. Just like that. Half, done. No, does not smell like it. I expected it to. 0.05, 3 drops. All right, super sweet. 3 drops. Double. So we're at 1%. Whatever. PG. 2.39. This really is something that anybody could do. A little stir. And the last ingredient is our vegetable glycerin, and we will be done. 8.8. E-liquid done. I love how when the ants are out there crying the blues about this or about that, look at all the chemicals that are in a vape. Where? What chemicals are you talking about? Huh? Please tell me.
Fuck all of them.
You have 4. Yes, I understand. This is made up of a bunch of different things in certain circumstances, and other things it's made up of one compound that makes that flavor, like citrus. You got citric acid in there. That's your flavoring. That's your citrus, right? Where's all these chemicals you're talking about? There's hundreds. No, there really isn't. Some recipes can be as simple as legit 4. BGPG, your nicotine if you choose to use it, and your flavor. Job done. And legit, just like that, job done. We've mixed 3 recipes this week because they're single flavor, 1 shots essentially.
Why did that not work?
What are you trying to do there, mate?
I'm trying to pretty much copy what you're doing, but I'm not working. Okay,
let's see your screen. What are you doing?
Just go do single flavor, right? With that vanilla swirl, right? Took 100, 3 milligrams, 70/30. Secret sauce is 72. It's 3G. And when you type the recipes in, it doesn't give you a fuck all.
Because you didn't put any percentage of your vanilla swirl in. Next to it says 0. Next to vanilla swirl. So for flavors, I'd go with like 10 to get an idea of the flavor.
I thought it did it for you.
And then super sweet, 0.5 or 1. Super sweet's not there because you didn't change it from 0. So edit it in the wrench. Edit. And then go down and add your super sweet again. There you go. And And then in there, type 0.5 or 1, whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, that's coming itself there. So.
It recommended it, yeah, 0.5%. And then you can hit save. And there's
There you
your
go.
recipe.
I didn't realize you had to put a percentage. I thought just work it out for you, judging by the amount you want.
Yeah, and
to
the
make.
question is, as this is a single flavor that you're just trying out, do you really want to make 100 mils of it right off the bat?
Yes, because I love it. I know I like it. I was just fucking around, basically, but you know, that's kind of where I'm at. Oh, that was going mad. Right at the door.
Somebody's at the door.
Somebody at the door. I can't see where we are.
UPS.
Oh, Vape mail. You got mail.
All right, mate. I'll be right back. You go ahead and you look at your recipe.
Yeah. Interesting. Sorry, boys and girls. I'm just fucking around. Oh my god. I've always wondered because, like, sometimes when I go on this and I try to do a recipe and like, see, this is not work, that not work. Yeah, well, kind of got to that, so I've got to save it. Just adapt this, blah blah blah. So go adapt. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Where does it see it? Ah, there it is. See it. There you go. Right, we'll save it. We'll save it. I'm getting there, boys and girls. I'm getting there. If you want to see, I've just kind of like done that. It's a single flavour job. That's where I'm at. I was just figuring out where the save button was.
Piece of cake.
Oh no, that's gone to 6 milligrams. Don't want that. Edit. What do you do with that, didn't you? Or do you edit?
Edit to keep a single recipe. When you adapt it, it creates a whole new one.
So I don't want that at 6. You can get off with that. I want that at 3.
So, like, let's say that you make it and you've like, oh well, it's vanilla-y, but it's like lacking creams and whipped cream. There's nothing to it other than just a simple vanilla swirl.
Yeah.
So you can keep that original recipe.
Yeah.
And click the adapt it, and it'll make a brand new recipe starting off with what you already had. Then you can add like Bavarian cream to it and go, okay, let me put 5% of Bavarian cream in there in addition to what I already have. And let's see what that recipe's like.
I'll try that. Then I'll go adapt.
And then you could legit adapt it or edit it for your next batch. Go, oh, well, 5% was too strong or it wasn't enough. I don't want a third recipe. I just want to keep tinkering this same one. So you just keep editing the new one.
Okay. Recommended. Let's see if that. Think about it. It suggested 2% of the Bavarian cream by adding that to it. Yeah, that sounds alright, actually.
Yeah, start off with what they recommend because that seems to be the average of everybody, the median. And then you can adjust it to taste.
But that's it's more with Capella Super Sweet Mine here, so I might have to change that. Or it doesn't really matter, it's just super sweet, isn't it?
And just like that, there's our single flavor.
Yeah. Why does it keep changing to fucking 6mg? It's not. It keeps going back to 6 milligrams. Why?
Because you have to hit save before you close the window. Show me the window.
I haven't actually closed it. I've just left it open. I put that down to 3. Then save. 2. Gotcha. 2%. Blah blah blah.
Lost in thought.
There you go. I think I'm getting it. I think I've substance. Hang on. There you go. That's it.
Yes. Perfect.
Hey. Love it.
Just like that.
That's awesome.
Sure is.
So, when you've saved that, that'll stay in your little recipe fucking list, will it?
Yes. Mallery gave us a little drop. People should not be afraid of their governments. Governments should be afraid of their people.
Oh,
very true.
Too bloody right.
So hot diggity, we got one beautiful shake and vape that we're going to enjoy. Our strawberry jack. And that isn't just a single candy flavor that I'm going to be using from this point forward. Now that I have that flavor profile in my memory, that's one I can add to a bunch of the different recipes I've already got that I've used strawberry at. And I want to bend it more towards like a gummy or a candy, as opposed to like a bright bowl of strawberries or a macerated bowl of strawberries to be made into a sauce. There's other fruit combination pairings that I've done before that I think that would be really good with. That would also be a really good flavor to accentuate raspberry flavors.
Yes.
Broaden the palate of the raspberries.
That would make sense.
Maybe make a candied raspberry. What holds your buns firmly and makes them look round and pretty? A hair tie.
Really? Really?
Oh wow.
All right.
I might have to start a new show just single flavor testing this stuff and random mixing things. Commit an hour a day to it or something, you know? Because I got to crank through all 500 of these things. I probably only single flavor tested about 50 of them. I've used way more in my recipes that I've mixed up, you know, from other people's stuff. But to get a full grasp of the flavor profiles. What a fantastic day. What a fantastic day. So many different wonderful recipes. And put the information out there for everybody to learn from, be able to take and improve their life, and to get people to not be afraid of vaping. There's nothing to be afraid of here. That's the part that boggles my mind.
Just found something that might be interesting.
You know, you listen to the misinformation that's out there and everybody's like, oh, there's hundreds of chemicals in there. Where? You know, there might be a couple chemicals that make up a certain flavoring profile, but you saw how little quantity goes into the actual volume that we vape.
There you go. Information.
You learn more about electricity from vaping than you ever did in school.
It's so true, isn't it? One blow.
For most people, that is 100% true. Unless you went to school for electronics, in which case You
Oh,
had an
Bob,
easy
yeah.
out when it came to
Yada,
vaping.
Yada, yada, yada. You know what I'm saying.
And since this is the first time we're on Twitter, aka X, I highly recommend, if you didn't get enough information off of what vaping is and how vaping works and the safety aspects of vaping, I highly recommend you take a look at Dr. Colin Mendelssohn's book, Stop Smoking, Start Vaping, A Healthy Truth About Vaping. This is available. It's a link in the description below. This is available as a free download PDF, or you can go to your local Amazon store or your local bookstore and purchase a hard copy of this that you can carry around. But if you're a cheapskate and you don't actually want to commit to buying the book, download the PDF and flip through it and peruse through it, and it'll tell you and explain you everything that there is to know about vaping, coming from a physician who doesn't vape but has prescribed vaping for his patients. Highly recommended. And all of us in the chat probably own a copy of it.
Definitely. It's not technical, it's not science, that's just simple, normal, run-of-the-mill English language, understand, absolutely brilliant.
Now the question is, do I want to open my vape mail or save it for later?
Get it up. All right, let's see what we find. Let's go. Oh, how much? I showed you mine, so you could choose yours.
Sad reality is this looks like it's already been opened. I don't know if there's customs inspection or what. Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me. The way that they do inspections at customs nowadays, they probably have, drug sniffing dogs there, and they'll just slice a package that they see completely sealed. They'll slice it open and squeeze the box like I did the flavoring bottle in front of a drug sniffing dog. And if the dog doesn't give a shit, then it goes back on the bus route back to your destination. That one's another one there. Part of the seal was cut open, but the other part wasn't. All right, so what do we have? Oh. Wow. I don't remember getting an email about this. Oh, yes, I do. Masking vape. I did the review on there. They had a peppermint vape at Christmas time. The Christmas one? Well, they just came out with a 15,000 puff turbo mode disposable.
Fucking hell. Red apple. Ooh.
Red apple, lemon, and grape jelly. Well, it'll be the first time I've had a grape jelly. Very intrigued by that. Fantastic. I think I was the last one in the list to get one of these. But we have reached the 5-hour mark. It is time for us to call it quits.
Ooh, already. Time is flown yet again.
Flew right by. Flew right by. I didn't even finish my coffee.
Wow.
I want to thank everybody for coming. I want to thank all of you guys for attending today's episode. We will be back again next week. And next week, I think we're going to add Rumble to the mix, since we seem to have been able to do everything we needed to today without any hiccups, any glitches. So my wish to all of you, same as always, peace, love, and a hunky vape to end cigarette combustion. See you again, same time, same place next week.
Yeah, it's an Advocacy. Thank you very much to all you guys in chat. Absolute pleasure having you all here. I see it on your way out, don't mind. Hit that thumbs up button, helps the algorithm, follow the channel. And again, if you are rewatching, leave a comment and all that shit. we will have a look. As always, get your hand checks in. Lots of ways to get in touch with Alex. You know, we've got the Discord, Twitter, he's got X. I've been getting wrong all night. I didn't even drop an email, whatever. His Facebook page, all that stuff. There's hundreds and hundreds of ways to get in touch with the guy. He's an open.
And we're here to help. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Definitely. We will always, questions, comments, plan checks, everything, you know the score, boys and girls. Pour it all in, and we will try our very best to answer your queries and whatever. But as always, thank you, Alex, for having us on as a co-host for whatever long we've been doing this now. It seems to be quite a while. And as always, boys and girls, we shall see you same time, same place next week. But until then, you all stay safe, live safe. See you all very soon. You all take care. Bye-bye now.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.